Good afternoon, good evening, and good day, and good morning to those of you on the West Coast, Hawaii, that sort of thing. Casey and Motoko here today. She's asleep, so let me not shake her too much. Let's get into today's discussion on EVs and green living and the news thereabouts. So as soon as the other co-hosts join in, we'll have more back and forth. But let's see who's in the chat this morning and see what y'all have to say. All right, Robert Griffin says hello. And he's seen now 1,178 EVs. And Zachary says, hello, everybody. Yes. Also, want to wish Happy Memorial Day, Remembrance Day to all the folks out there. That was a terrible conflict we had there, World War II. Robert Griffith says hello. And, all right, so the feed looks a little stuttery for me, but the camera looks smooth, so we'll keep on rolling. Andrew says, good evening. Yes. You might have noticed that we finally cleaned up a little bit the background there. I got to fix the supercharger phone charger cable is dangling. It's going to drive me batty. All right, let's get to it. Where did I put the window with discussion topics? Stand by. I lost it. I didn't lose it. I covered it. That's what I did. So this one was the one that oh yes, hello Timothy. Hello Casey and everybody. I did this so the videos aren't done, nor was the as you can see the stingers weren't updated either. But tomorrow's a day off of work, so I think that's what I plan to do for the day, assuming that the little one agrees. 5G when you went to England. Nice. That must have been a pretty smooth broadcast for you. Sometimes when you get in between the towers or something, it gets a little blocky. All right, so this one, let's start with this one because it's just on top. So we've got Elon is saying that Tesla will not put a manufacturing plant in any location where we are not allowed to first sell and service cars. This is in response to Starlink has been approved by the Philippines, which is good news. Pranny Pathole asked him any Starlink update on India. Starlink's vision is to provide cheap and fast internet connection all over the world, which is incredible. Starlink in India would be an absolute hit. And he says they're waiting on government approval. And that's when Mahudu, I'm going to butcher the guy's name, said, is Tesla manufacturing a plant in India in the future? And that's when Elon said that. And then Zach said, Texas, which was exactly what I was about to tweet when I saw that. And is my tweet in there, or is that in another reply? I think it was John that I replied to. No, I replied to one of these people, said the same thing, basically. That was exactly where I was going. And Tesla Club India says that you can sell and service the cars, which is true, with a 100% markup for taxes and import duty. Yes, she's doing great. And she's been a little bit... she's making up her own schedule still. And she started to smile and kind of coo at you and like have a little two-way dialogue, if you will. We don't really know what she's saying, and it frustrates the mess out of her because she's invented her own arm gestures and sounds to do certain things, and she understands the sign language for milk, and we have this one for change diaper because the actual American Sign Language for change diaper is like you put your fingers on your hips, and that's really kind of hard to do with her visual range and when you're holding her. So we gotta go for that, and she likes it. Trying to teach her some more, but babies and patience and that sort of thing. Um, yeah. So Texas was a weird one for me because they've been fighting that fight for since 2012, trying to make it legal to sell cars there, and then they went in and put a plant there of all places, and they said, oh, maybe we'll get on the docket, and they had like 6 emergency uh, sessions for loosening gun rights, anti-abortion, and anti-voting. They had 3 for the anti-voting, but none of them were to sell the cars in Texas. And I thought that was weird because you've built this multi-billion-dollar plant. They recruited you, but they don't want you to sell your cars there still. And there were so many states that were in the running that actually wanted them to sell cars that would have made it legal to sell the cars if they weren't already. Like Oklahoma, they kind of went way back on that now that they lost the bid. Oklahoma's actually made it several runs at making it illegal to sell the cars there. Uh, Thank you. Yes, she's a lovely little child. Can't wait till we can actually have some more conversations with her. Of course, before long, we probably won't be able to make her quiet when we're trying to concentrate on stuff, but that's fine too. Um, Next, we've got yes, our favorite white hat hacker, Green the Only. I don't know what they changed the white and black hats to. Um, when they started to decolonialize the tech speak. Like we went from master and slave to primary and secondary, but I don't remember what we did to white hat and green and black hat. The black list and white list were changed to allow lists and block lists. Um, Let's see. So Green is saying, "Oh, looks like the Legacy S and X are getting the new Model S and X style Pretty Viz while parked pretty soon. People were asking me about it, and now it's definitely coming. Visualize charge equipment and whatnot. So right now we just kind of have like a cable that goes off into the ether when we plug in our X, and now it'll show you what you're plugged into. I'm curious if it'll also be color coordinated. If you get the Gen 2 with a color plate, if it has a way to know what color that is, or if it'll show the difference between sorry, Gen 3. For this, I showed the difference between a Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3 wall connector. Same for the superchargers, but they can be a little more genericized, which is fine. But this isn't the last we've heard from Green this week, so let's see. Anything on the activation of side repeaters when blinking? Any live view on Sentry mode? And live view Sentry mode on legacy cars seems to be coming, which is nice. In fact, Green found the code in the system, and it's not quite yet doing what it needs to do yet, but that was something that had annoyed me, that they were calling us legacy and saying that we couldn't do it, but you had 2017 Model 3s with the original equipment, no FSD upgrade, doing it. So I'm glad to see that Tesla is doing the right thing here by customers who spent many thousands of dollars on their cars. Oh, what's this? Zachary, thank you. Zachary says, my small contribution to your great effort, awesome show. I convert most of my oil option into Teslas and it's worked fabulously so far. Thank you for the great work. Absolutely, and thank you, sir. Yes. All right. So Green says that the side activation. He didn't say anything about side activation, but he did say that the Live Sentry is coming. And Randy says, imagine your 1-year-old $100,000 Model X being referred to as legacy. Yeah, because the price has been as low as in the 60s and as high as in the 160s for the Model X. Let's see what else was the reply there. In the wings, just some code you found, or is it legit coming? Green says, I see them adding all the previously missing infrastructure. Why would they add it if they don't plan to enable it? I agree. It'd be truly wonderful to have Live Sentry and side repeaters with turn signals. I would like the turn signal side repeaters. I don't need them, but I think it would be fun. What I want is remote Sentry. Because, well, at the same time, though, the new S and X have 2 screens too, so it's not like the hard part would be figuring out where to place it. Zach says it's included in 10.12.1. However, my understanding is he had a Model 3 and a Plaid, so I don't think that really counts for anything on the Legacy. By Legacy, do you mean AP1 vehicles? Let's not get greedy. Green says, no, the vertical screen ones obviously still must be AP 2.5 and up. And that's cool. So you don't even need FSD hardware for it to happen. It's just like the Model 3, which kind of goes in line with what Tesla was originally telling us, how the cars were the same except for the water cooling and the two screens. Nice to see them actually honor that. Um, we partially got it in a previous update when switching from park to drive. Yes, this is true. We do kind of have that. When you go to park, like when I open the door to get out, it's kind of got that view before it switches to the sideways profile that it used to have. All right, how do I get out of this? There. Live Sentry and opening doors with phone. No, the phone opening is not coming. Elon promised that, and he gave it to us by buying a new car. Yes. All right, so that was fun. Let's see what else we pulled up here. And the Not a Tesla app is reporting that Tesla update 2022.16.0.2 has a fix for the powered trunk issues that some folks were having. And this one was interesting to me. VW and Mahindra have explored a partnership for electric vehicle components by the end of 2022. Because right now everybody's got part shortages, so if you can all pool your resources and get a little higher on the got to fulfill this order chain, you can get more cars built, and it's always nice to see them working together instead of like going after each other with cudgels. Um, I don't remember why I picked this one, so we'll skip it. Go on to this one instead. The Lucid Air Touring won't be available until Q4 of 2022. It used to be in Q3 of 2022, but the world today, everybody's having trouble getting a hold of parts. Huh. I'm gonna have to move those two lights. But you can actually see the colors on that one a little better now versus when it was behind me on that printer. Yeah, so if you're in line for a Lucid, another 3 months. But if you're in line for a Model X, who knows what's going to happen with that? So Bank of America has doubled down on their Electrify America EV chargers at their branch locations, and this makes sense because if you're going in for more than just an ATM transaction, the banks these days aren't very quick, so you can get a reasonable amount of charge while you're dealing with the teller, or even worse, if you're dealing with like a loan officer or the bank manager for anything. So exactly, Eddie. So if they can get a hold of parts, it's going to make it a little easier on them, especially if the parts start piling up. You're going to want to actually build a car with them, right? Good observation. This is kind of what Omar and I keep saying, is that if you're going to be in a place for a medium amount of time, a DC fast charger is the way to go. If you're going to be there for a long time, then level 2 makes sense. And at home, obviously, level 2 or level 1 will be fine. And also, at some place you're going to be for quite a while, like an airport, level 1 is sufficient, because if you're going to be gone for more than 3 days, uh, everyone will be done in 3 days except for the Hummer. The Hummer EV will take anywhere from 6 to 14 days to charge on level 1, depending on if it's cold or hot while it's doing its thing, because it still has to keep the battery temperature right before it tries to add anything to it. Uh, Good point, Eddie. Let's see if they say a timeline for this rollout here. Uh, they're going to double the number of financial centers with EV charging stations by 2023. So that's not a long rollout, and that's kind of the beauty of electric chargers is as long as you have a feed and you get your permits, they take almost no time to install. And there's a gas station around the corner from me that they just blew up. Not explosively. They tore it all out, tanks, building, everything, and we'll see how long it takes them to actually put a new one in. That's, I mean, it was already a gas station, so for it to come back as a gas station, which the signage makes it look like, we'll see how long it takes them to do the construction, which I think will take a little while. All right. So not just Tesla with the drone army, Lucid has their own, and it looks like the production is rolling. So even though they slowed down the lower spec cars, they're still churning out cars. I mean that's respectable looking. I mean they are expensive and they are early in their ramp, so not like with the F-150 for instance, I'd expect a lot more of them just because they've been building cars forever and they're talking all this smack. But Lucid never did talk all that smack. They said here's something nice, let's roll. So many produced yet so little delivered. Why? That's a fair question. Struggling to get the parts they need to get the cars ready for delivery. Ah, so you're missing parts that make the car road legal. That makes sense. Okay. That's not. I mean, it's a great car, but this is a Tesla. It's not. It's not a Tesla. It was a Lucid. A Lucid thread. Let's see here. All right, so this one was interesting to me. Tesla halts the European deliveries with enhanced autopilot and full self-driving, pending software update to comply with regulations. What have the EU done to you guys now? I mean, they already made it so that you can't steer around a corner, like if it's too much of a bend. So this includes having to scale back features that were previously like automatic lane changes and limiting how far the steering wheel can turn while autopilot is engaged. Yep, that's what I was talking about there. So now another feature in the autopilot suite is in contravention of EU regulations, as Drive Tesla has learned that the automaker has been forced to delay new deliveries of vehicles equipped with either enhanced autopilot or full self-driving capability. One customer who configured his vehicle with EAP and was expecting to receive his car in the next few days told us his delivery is on hold for at least 1 week until Tesla can deploy a software update to deactivate one of the features within EAP. And they didn't say what was there, but then they got an update, and we've heard from several customers from Spain to Norway that are being told of similar delays. And one customer was told the issue was the automatic exit off of a highway when navigating autopilot is active, and the software update will temporarily disable this feature. So, what are you guys paying for when you get FSD at this point? I mean, if your car can just do what the Mercedes and everybody else can do, and just follow the lanes and not crash into people, I mean that's nice, but when you see that the car is capable of driving itself around town by watching us here, isn't that infuriating? I mean, it's not like it's unsafe. You're still there as the driver. These aren't being sold as autonomous cars. They're not. You can't take a nap. I don't. But you guys do get better headlights and mirrors, just like that, where we get better software. I mean, we do need regulations, but sometimes they are just in the way. Another update. According to one reader who's waiting delivery in Germany, he's been told by his delivery advisor the software update will roll out on May 30th. He'll be able to take delivery on May 31st. Okay, so tomorrow, and you'll be able to get it by the end of the month. That's not too bad of a wait, but man, that's super annoying, especially if you were like looking forward to that feature that like before FSD, like navigate on autopilot, like with the exit taking and the freeway swapping. Nice. But I can kind of see, like, if you already weren't allowed to change lanes, then I could see why they would be upset with you taking the exit because that's still a lane change technically. I don't know how yours are marked in each of the countries, but On a lot of ours, they're dashed out, so it would be a separate lane. But if it just gets wider and the car just doesn't stay straight anymore, because we have some of those too, then that's, I don't know. I would be annoyed. I'd be annoyed. I know a lot of you are. Well, something less frustrating, hopefully. Nope. Here's where big oil stands on climate plans and is not good. By Michelle Lewis on Electric. Da, 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 da. All right, so here's a chart showing the criteria to assess oil and gas's major climate plans. All right, so you got people-centered transitions, integrity, and ambition. Stop exploration only in new countries. Yeah, nice. Stop approving new extraction projects. Nope. Drop forecast, but not pledged to decline oil and gas production starting now. By 2030, they plan to do a little bit. Oh boy, yeah, this is not looking good. But if they don't have any customers, then they can they can just leave the oil in the ground. So let's make them broke by doing stuff like this. Stellantis has partnered with Samsung SDI to build a $2.5 billion EV plant in Indiana. And they're not the only ones we're going to talk about today that are planning on starting up gigafactories in the US. And not just gigafactories, also less gigafactories. So this will begin this year, and will create 1,400 new jobs when it opens in the first quarter of 2025. That's going to be a 23 gigawatt hour facility upon completion, but can go up to 33 gigawatt hours. I suspect that they'll find a way to do more by that time. The technology is going to continue to march forward. Battery tech doesn't move as fast as electronics, but it has been moving almost at a doubling rate. Not doubling rate, shoot, like a 5 to 10%, whereas the chips are doubling. Not bad. What came up next? Yes, this one I think will be fun for most people. I've run into this where the car's cold or the battery is full. Jeff is summarizing a software update note that says that it's going to adjust the way that it does the regen braking on the 3 and the Y. It says if you have a new 3 or Y, the days of Regen Limited are finally over. Starting with update 2022.16.0.2, your Tesla will automatically blend in your friction brakes to make up for any lost regen during the cold weather or full battery, which is nice. Especially if you're on the one pedal driving setting. I don't have that, but I have used it once or twice, and it's nice. But to have that and all of a sudden have to switch in a brake pedal because it got cold or because you got the battery a couple percentage points too high is it's not the way. So they fixed it finally. I call it Other Omar, but it's really several people on the account, but generally it's Omar. So he points out this is an important safety feature and it's a wonderful comfort feature too. One pedal driving in all conditions. Nice. Full OCD on this. I don't mind knowing I have to let off earlier in those cases and save some brake pad. Yeah, I wonder if it's a setting that you can set in settings. Ah, yes, it is. Jeff said you can disable it in settings. Nice. So you can have your cake and eat it too if you prefer to kind of coast on through if the battery is too full to accept what you are able to give it by letting off the pedal. Nice. Well, I don't know about always. Sometimes they put stuff in and don't give us a setting, which is kind of anti their style. You snoring, Joe? She's snoring. All right, so then we got a tweet from Tesla Scope. Here are some features discovered in the latest Tesla software update, 2022.16.02. Those were what they were discussing with the regen blending. Matt took pictures of his screen. He said he installed it. He got driver profiles and navigation prediction. So navigation energy prediction, this one we're going to come back to later because Tesla themselves put some tweets out there. In fact, let's go there after this. Energy prediction for your route has been improved by incorporating forecasted crosswind, headwind, humidity, ambient temperature, and while using online navigation. And the driver profiles. The media player accounts, such as Spotify, are now linked to the driver profile. Simply log into your media account while your driver profile is selected. So if you and your significant other or you and your family all drive one Tesla or drive several, uh, when you unlock the car and it loads up your profile, it'll load up your music profile as well. So you don't have to share playlists, assuming that you guys have multiple streaming accounts. It's a nice touch. And somebody else pointed out elsewhere that looks like one of the first implementations we're seeing of the cloud profiles, which might also be the case. And what about Apple Music and Prime Video? Yeah, I agree. Maybe for the Christmas update. There was underlying code for some Apple Music found by Green the Only about a year ago, although it was preliminary and unfinished. Is the code still present, or was it scraped? Be interesting to know. He's asking Green. And Green responds, it was removed shortly after I pointed it out, but it was introduced sometime in 2017 or 2018, I think. Guessing they halted further development of things like this and decided to go with an app store instead. Maybe. Green says all the rage now is WebScript media players that could be uploaded OTA without software updates. So that would be really cool. A Green is new and hiding code related to the Matrix headlights. Seems amazing that technology has only been used to spell Tesla in the light show. What's the holdup now that it's been allowed in the US? That's a very good question, and I'm curious to see now that they can just deploy the code everywhere, what they're going to do with Matrix headlights. Yeah, I agree. I hope they resolve more issues with Spotify. I have to reboot my car 3 or 4 times a week just to make it start streaming or to refresh the latest episodes of a podcast. Yeah, I don't understand how Spotify has been in these cars since 2012 and in Europe. And then in the US, we've got this just like half-baked garbage. Gotten better over time, but was it always this bad, or did we get a new implementation? And then you folks in Europe, did you get our Spotify when we got it, or do you still have a separate implementation like we have the Tesla version of what are they calling it now? It's not Live by Live anymore, is it? I think it's still Live by Live. Tesla Scope says otherwise, we recommend making a service appointment for those issues. Typically, this won't require driving to a local service center. It's free and will simply result in them reporting it internally to their engineers. The more they complain, the better. Okay, I was about to say they're not going to fix it, but yeah, if enough people have the problem, then they might fix it. But I don't know that it requires a service visit. But at the same time, if there were enough service visits, they'd get tired of seeing it, and they would do something about it. Ah, here we go. He's already got a use for it. Him and his girlfriend or are stoked about having separate Spotify logins. Also wondering if it got fixed. All right, so like I said, let's go look at Tesla's tweets, and I'll tell you what I was talking about with the navigation. Right on top. All right, so Tesla navigation will now take predicted crosswind, humidity, and temperature into account for calculating battery percent on arrival, as we saw in the software update note. This is in addition to current factors such as predicted speed, HVAC use, elevation changes, and current temperature and route distance. And it's already been pretty spot on. I'm curious now if this will lock it in, because it's usually within 1 to 3% for me for driving without towing. When I tow, it's way off, but I take that into account. Like I just start doing a lot of mental algebra. And plans to add a gas tank in case you what? This guy, I don't know. Sometimes he's trolling. Sometimes he has interesting stuff to say. He's at superchargers in a service center in Alaska. I'm assuming that Earl got new orders that took him out there. Jeremy says to the shareholder, I don't see the value in catering to one person. There's more than one Alaskan Tesla owner, but Jeremy and Earl seem to have a little bit of back and forth. Kind of fun. Oh, burn! And this person even sold his Tesla. Don't cry for me, Toyota RAV4 Runner, whatever. Because he bought a 4Runner. Uh, I think he probably could have made the Model X work. I don't know if he sold both the Teslas or just the one. He had a Model 3 and his wife took his Model X. Anyway, so that's what I was saying with the Tesla navigation, which I think is pretty cool. Robert's having net troubles again. Tell him to put that 5G up near your house, bro. All right, so let's go into Green's tweets. Green says energy prediction for your route has been improved by incorporating uh, the features that we've heard now from the screen and from Tesla directly. Only places with weather forecast, aka China only. Tesla mic improvements. That guy who sent us the tweet was not from China, so And we saw the media player, and then the blended brakes. Your vehicle can now automatically apply regular brakes for consistent deceleration when regenerative braking. So we saw that as well. So you can tell some of these are in like reverse chronological order, and others are in chronological order. It's still working on that, but started a new thing and did not finish it. I was gonna make like a nice little slide where we go like 10 minutes into the small stories, but somebody had their own sleep schedule, like dirt bikes and street bikes and something going off over there. It's quite annoying. I've got a decent filter on, so hopefully you didn't hear any of that. All right, so then Green says, looks like the remote camera view is there for Legacy S and X. Not sure if it's activated yet. Seemingly support for Bluetooth controllers is in the wings too. So Marcus had asked about this a couple times about on the Plaid if he could use the Bluetooth controller from the PlayStation or the Xbox. Yes, sir. Yes. You dreaming? She's dreaming. Very complaining in her dreams. New congestion at Supercharger, trip reroute, and wind on route icons. Nice. So I'd like to see the trip reroute icon. And the congestion at Supercharger icon, there was already one, so I'm guessing this is an improvement on that. And you don't really see it out here, but somebody in one of our groups is a Mach-E owner, and they borrowed a Model 3 for while the Mach-E is in the shop. They're in a Model 3, and whoever actually owns the car didn't include a 220 plug, so she was in a Model 3, and then in that Model 3, she's in California, so she went to go charge it up at the supercharger, and it was just full with a line. And she said that they're not winning her over yet. And I understand. If you can't charge at home and you got to use the superchargers, and you're in Southern California, I can't imagine it's a pleasant experience. Let's see. So Zach says Elon is foo the poo after giving all his money to Texas, saying they're not going to build factories at locations where they're not allowed to sell directly. I agree, Zach. They, I don't understand how is he missing the words going forward or excluding places that are named Texas because it just doesn't mesh. I don't know how Texas fits in with him being able to make that statement with a straight face. Yes, sweetie. If you want to complain, wake up and look me in the eye. Hmm? Yeah. Oh, you do? Oh, good morning. Might be time for a bottle. All right, so looks like Tesla's preparing to show the projected wait time when there's a congested supercharger en route. Hence the new icon. Okay, there we go. I like that. I like that because there have been a couple times, literally two, where I had to wait on a supercharger. One was returning from hurricane evacuation. We evacuated to Florida to avoid a hurricane that was hitting South Carolina, and on the way back, not Santee, Savannah, the airport supercharger, had had a stall, not a stall, had a cabinet out. So there were two missing stalls out of the 8 or 10. Anyway, there were two missing stalls, and on the way back, I had to wait about 8 minutes. And then the one I keep telling you guys about, where I cut the line in Elizabeth, New Jersey, coming back from Thanksgiving this past year, uh, there was a Gen 3 supercharger cabinet out, so there were four stalls down, and uh, they weren't moving, so I just took the spot. Thankfully, there was no fighting involved in that. All right, so moving on. Oh, yeah. So Green said that the Spotify had blended breaks, remote camera view. Yes. So the Revel, not really taxis that we were telling you about a couple weeks ago. One of them was doing 70 in downtown New York City, allegedly, and then it crashed into a UPS truck and in the back of a tour bus. Uh, no serious injuries were reported, and the car was much worse for wear. And human pilot says 100% sure that taxi won't have FSD beta, human error. Even if it had beta, human error. Absolutely, yeah, because if it starts going that fast, you need to slow it down. You're in control. Only a handful of Tesla taxis in New York City, and one already crashes in spectacular fashion. Not a good start, and it shows Tesla robotaxis will never arrive anytime soon, if at all. What? What's that have to do with robotaxis, random Kiwi? What Tesla has to do with this other than being a Tesla branded vehicle? I mean, without any single proof, it wasn't the driver's fault. How is this should be not a good start? I agree with what you're trying to say there. It's impossible to travel 70 miles per hour in NYC. That's not true in a Tesla. I can be doing 60 miles an hour across the smallest, not the very smallest literally, but like some of the smallest intersections in my area. I can be doing anywhere from 50 to 65 miles an hour if I launch it from the stop bar at a green light to the other end of the intersection. So if you got a little bit more than a stop, like this guy appeared to be doing down the block when I showed you guys a video later, if it's still up, that's significantly more distance. So he definitely could have been doing 70 if it was a nice clear path. There you go. It's impossible to travel more than 70 miles per hour in New York City for more than 10 seconds. I'm happy to confirm that it was only 7 seconds since the Rebel hit 70 miles per hour. Yeah, because the slowest Tesla right now is like 0 to 60 in 6 seconds, something like that. Um, no, it's not Tesla's fault for that, but I do agree with the rest of your statement. Yeah, exactly. I agree. That's why I undid the heart. They say Tesla's fault for allowing cars to drive freely. What? Oh. Crashes that were previously impossible to survive is now not a reality with Tesla. They managed to hit 70 miles per hour on 34th Street. Anytime I manage anything over 15, I'd be happy. All right, so and somebody mocking, but was autopilot active? Oh, it's just sad but true. Best report that it was, and then defend that for months before quietly admitting that it wasn't a few months later, post investigation, like the Texas crash. All right, so I don't know where the video is. We'll come back later in the show, and I'll show you the video of that crash. Yeah. So that's another copy of the green tweet. share this tab instead. You kept bowing out your chest. You're strapped to me. I can bow out my chest. You won't like it, will you? Just like, "Rah, rah." I'm not gonna do it because she's there. That would hurt. I guess she wants me to give her more room. Lancia steps off the chopping block. It promises 3 new cars, which doesn't sound like much because Lancia doesn't make EVs yet. But there's an EV component. Because it's a Stellantis brand, and Stellantis has said every brand has to have an EV. Well, since they've uncanceled Lancia, guess what that means? They're going to get 3 new cars, the first since 2011, starting in 2024, including one that will resurrect a well-known nameplate. As of the writing, the only car in the Lancia portfolio is the Ypsilon. This thing. Yeah. The next Ypsilon will be joined by Lancia calls a flagship in 2026. The model will measure 181 inches long, meaning it'll be a couple inches shorter than the current generation BMW X3. I wonder if it'll be an SUV. They're wondering the same thing. It's too early to tell whether it take the form of a sedan or an SUV. Lancia has never sold an SUV and has historically built big luxury sedans. But even European providers prefer higher riding models in this segment, which is true. So now the reason I pulled it up, um, that same car will be powered exclusively with an electric powertrain. It's the only way to do it. There's no point in not killing a brand only for it to be not an EV, unless you're going to dump all your fossils in that brand and let that brand sink and claim your tax losses in it. Which we've got more on that coming up too in the show. Got some more exciting things. All right, so Autoblog had an opinion for why they thought that Apple should not build an iCar. Aside from the fact that they keep having staff changeovers and um, nobody's ever seen this thing, and they've been working on it for over 10 years and almost 10 years, sorry, 8 years. They've been working on it for 8 years. So if you want to look into that, here is that opinion piece here. And then Robert says Bluetooth wireless headphones and YouTube in car. I wonder if you would be able to. That would make sense, especially on the refresh cars with the rear screen. If you can have Bluetooth headphones, then the people in the back can be listening to something different on their screen than the people in the front. Because right now it doesn't really have a provision for that. So if they start in the back, and then you have something up front, you don't hear your sound, and vice versa. If you're already going in the front, they pull up something in the back, there's no sound to it. Yeah. All right, so there's a lot of talk about this Tesla research partner publishing details about a 100-year battery. Forget the million-mile battery. It seems 100 years is a better option. And then after 100 years, they can recycle it if they're still around. So Jeff John, one of the guys who helped make lithium-ion possible, at least as we know it today, he's the one talking about the million-mile battery. And according to Electrek, Tesla has created the Advanced Battery Research Division in 2016, and the research group was put together as a partnership with Dan. And let's see, we're just talking about the 100 years. The paper dives into the complex details surrounding a potential nickel-based chemistry that could last 100 years under the right conditions. Chemistry is also said to be comparable to lithium iron phosphate battery cells when it comes to charging and energy density. Like lithium iron phosphate, the proposed chemistry stands to offer more range with fewer battery cells, which is key not only to do the shortage of battery cells and raw materials, but also reducing electric car costs. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out because a lithium iron phosphate cell today typically has less energy density to it. So um, I don't know that it would. Curious how it would work out for the economics of it all, with nickel being more scarce than iron, and this will be interesting to watch because even I didn't even plan to bring it up, but just like all the other um, battery breakthroughs, I tend to skip most of them because let's see something. Let's see a prototype. Uh, Still the case here, except that if Tesla is announcing it, then they're probably on the way to a prototype, but it still doesn't mean it's actually going to turn into a product anytime soon. It's just a paper. Somebody found his paper and wanted to make an article. Eddie says can't see much difference in a million miles or 100 years. Exactly, exactly. What's the difference to us? Unless you're planning to just hand this car down through the generations. But I, I I think that this person here might be one of the last generation to have a personal car, and even if she has a personal car, she might not have a driver's license. So we'll see how this all plays out. Then John Volker had another angle of that crash. Eventually, I'll get you guys a video. He says, "Oh dear," because this person Sean says, "Avoid 34th Street." So you can see clearly the Revel branding. It knocked the mess out of that UPS truck, and it came to a stop at the back of the bus. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured. Showing the wheel off. There's the front bumper, a door. I don't think well, the door may have come off in the crash. We'll have to watch the video again. That might have been a rescue effort, but there's the air intake, which would also have the HEPA filter on it, wherever that is. Looks like a heat exchanger radiator. Fortunately, it's leaked some coolant, which is not good. There we go. I knew I had it. So let's reset this, go back, share this tab. Let's make this bigger. Yes, that door was removed after the fact.
God damn. Shit, no one ain't getting their packages to date.
Well, I kind of agree with that statement, but uh, I forgot he was in there, and I meant to pause it at the end there. So muted now, and we can see. I don't know if that was 70. Let's wait for the replay. It was faster than traffic should have accommodated for. That very well could be 70. I don't know if it's actually 70. It might be like 50, 45, especially if everybody else is doing it. And it's in the bus lane, too. That's already he's in the wrong for being in the bus lane. It's not a bus and taxi lane, it's a bus lane. As you can see, all the taxis queued up in the regular travel lane. And they're not even really a taxi. They're kind of a ride share situation. All right, let's close that down. And so there's their previous tweet on it. Autopilot glitch. Elon and Tesla are killing people left and right. No. That's stop lying. I mean, there's so much stuff to be upset about that they do for real. You don't have to make something up to be upset about. Intelligent human driving captured on camera. Very intelligent. Very responsible driving skills shown here. Computers will never be able to drive this intelligently and responsibility. Sarcasm. If autopilot was on, he could have never reached that speed. Autopilot adapts to the speed of the cars in the other lanes. Also, that's not entirely true. That you could force it up there. Just put your foot down the pedal, and lightning pedal will respond. Dan says cars go through bus lanes all the time. Yes, but as a professional, they should not. GPS trucks are ramped up. Chevy like a rock. Ford tough. All right, so what a reckless driver. Agreed. It's not the car's fault that the driver was being a douche. Looks like he couldn't slow down. That's a good question. Did he hit the brakes at all? I didn't see any brake lights. Doesn't mean they weren't there. This is a potato cam. Dan says they did in Baltimore more than necessary. And it's not enforced. Well, if they like writing just tickets, there's easy tickets right there. Especially if Baltimore's one of the places that has ticket quotas. I don't know if they are or not. Thankfully, a lot of places have done away with ticket quotas. So we got several recalls today. Let's start with Hyundai. Hyundai has recalled 239,000 cars for exploding seatbelt parts. This one comes from Yahoo Finance. And the other Omar says, it makes sense. Customers love it when their seatbelt doesn't explode, which I agree. I do love it when my seatbelt does not explode. Um, Sir, are you sure about the C4 edition? Yes, darn it, get it in there. But you will drive much more safely, though. You can't get into car accidents if you can't drive. Oh, yeah, but all these Teslas are catching fire. See? And it's a picture of a dually Ram that's burnt to a crisp while towing something heavy. All right, so let's get into that article there. Um, Oh, the pretensioner. So the seatbelt pretensioner already is an explosive part in most cars, but you don't want it to explode in the wrong direction or the wrong time. So what the pretensioner does is, if you're wearing your seatbelt, when the car detects an imminent collision, it will ignite the explosives in the seatbelt pretensioner, which will cinch it down tighter around your waist. That way, you have less room to move in a collision. Yeah, it'll do that pretty much about the same time that also maybe a few microseconds before it fires off the driver's side and passenger side airbags. Um, this is not in the headlines, so barely any news about it. All right, so let's click on it and see. All right, so we're looking at 239,000 cars in the U.S. because the pre-testers can explode and injure vehicle occupants. This is kind of like a Takata situation where the airbag was throwing shrapnel directly into your face, passenger and driver. Um, 3 injuries that have been reported, which is unfortunate, and it's not what we want to see. You want to see these things resolved before anybody gets hurt. So it's just a mere annoyance. Right now, you've got 3 people have been hurt by this. In a letter, the government regulators said that the drivers and passengers' front seatbelt pre-tensioners can explode upon deployment, and since shrapnel is literally the same thing as it's got a passenger and driver side airbags, uh, explode and send shrapnel throughout the vehicle. And this is telling you what pre-sensors do. They tighten the belts in preparation for a crash. It extends through 3 previous recalls, includes 2019 to 2022 Hyundai Accents, Ascents. I don't know. 2021 to 2023 Elantras, 2021 to 2022 Elantra hybrid electric vehicles, and vehicles repaired under previous recalls will need to be brought into the dealerships again for the new remedy. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Uh, Owners will have to take uh, their recalled vehicles to the dealerships where the seatbelt pretensioners can be fit with a cap at no cost. Huh. So they're just gonna leave them in there. Or they're gonna kind of put a cap on there so they don't go into the passengers. Seems like a simple solution. Dan says, "What's up?
Hey, long time. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. Hold on, I can barely hear. Let me see. My volume must be.
All right. So Dan says being professional and actually doing it are different things. Since when is being a professional human? Um, well, when you're driving in a big branded vehicle, I think doing the right thing is probably a little easier to do. Baltimore has no ticket quotas, more focused on crime until an accident actually happens. Okay. Yeah, so Smoke's predecessor had the Takata airbag recall because I know that my car did, and she was a lot newer than yours. Did you actually get it done yet, or is it still waiting in line? I don't know how far they are.
For the recall,
The airbag recall on the old car?
that's a good question. I forgot all about that. I had a recall about the chip, and I did the
Yeah,
infotainment upgrade,
yeah,
and I was so excited about the upgrade, I forgot all about that. I gotta check. I don't think my 2013 my
yeah,
86.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, I gotta hold on one second. I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, so with that, for everybody who doesn't remember, the Takata airbag recall was like nearly every car made, and so what they did was the ones that were more aged, the ones that were more likely to explode in your face, they would start with them, and they work their way up to the newer and newer cars. So let's
There you go.
pull this up and see. So it started in 2013, and it went through cars at least through 2016 because my Model S had it, as well as my all my other cars had it, except I didn't have them at the time. So the recall went out in 2013. As of March of 2019, defective airbag inflators killed 24 people, including 300 injured. So how far back did it go? Wow. Because they've been discontinued almost 20 years before the recall, automakers believe much fewer were on the road. NADI airbags with potential defect were used in certain 1995 to 2000 model years. Okay, but what model years was the Takata in? If you haven't received a letter, yeah, I got a letter. So vehicles more than 15 years old are not included. You're on your own, son. So, so vehicles from 1995 to 2018 were on the list from brands like Acura, Audi, BMW, Cadillac, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Daimler Vans, Dodge and Ram, Ferrari, Fisker, Ford, GMC, Honda, Infiniti, Jaguar, Jeep, Land Rover, Lexus, Lincoln, McLaren, Mazda, Mercedes-Benz, Mercury, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Pontiac, Saab, Saturn, Scion, Subaru, Tesla, Toyota, and Volkswagen. Everybody's cars were recalled for these daggum airbags.
I'm glad you remind me because I did have a letter somewhere on that here.
Yeah. Yeah. So Eddie says most police departments claim there are no quotas, just laws of averages. That's a good point. We'll have to talk to an expert and see if they know about other people's stuff. She complains the most in her sleep. All right, so I didn't even show you guys a list. I was reading it. So here we go. They were talking about 1995. They gave a little demonstration of what happened, and then I had the list of cars there. And close that one down. Close that one down. There we go. So Polestar has invested in extreme fast battery charging technology, battery company called StoreDot. I've heard of StoreDot a few times, so this is kind of necessary because the whole complaint about, hey, electric cars take too long to charge, blah blah blah. Even 15 minutes is too long. Well, when you look at all the people in line at Walmart and Costco and BJ's for gas, really kind of shakes your idea of their argument. But on a road trip, when you come through and you get those high flow nozzles, and man, you can get in and out of the road pretty swiftly, especially in some place like New Jersey where they pump your own gas, or you can't pump your own gas, and they have professionals to do it for you. They can really move the lines, and it would be nice to be able to do that with an EV, but it's not something that we do all that often. Robert William pointed out there was no voxel. I wonder why, or if they're looking at the original manufacturer and maybe it would be whoever made the original vehicle before they rebranded it. or maybe they dodged a literal bullet there. Dan says the speed tickets that do get issued are camera related, and they have the video online to see for you what you did in Baltimore. I unfortunately have firsthand knowledge of that. Oh, thankfully, I've never received a real ticket. I've got toll tickets before, just from the thing not reading my sensor. But
That
Keith
fall
says,
back on you.
"Huh?
That falls back on you if it
Yeah, it
doesn't.
does. It was me. Yeah, and then I didn't get the letter in time, so I had to pay a late fee. It was 3 times the price of the daggum ticket. It's like
Yeah,
yeah.
that's how they are here in Texas.
Right. Keith asks, can you charge your own car at a public charger in New Jersey? Not only can you, you have to. I was at a Wawa in New Jersey, and I plugged in the supercharger, and I went up to the guy and I said, hey, how come you don't have to do that one? He said, there's no money in it. I said, oh, is that what it is? There's no profit, and I guess we wouldn't tip him typically, so I think it should, like, literally, if you should diesel, hydrogen, electricity, whatever it is. If it's too dangerous, then I think that all the fueling should be done in New Jersey by an attendant. Although, problem with that becomes then that what does that do to home charging, and what does that do to at your grocery store or the movie theater? But I think that if a gas station is hosting it, then they should be on the level. It's only fair. Because the only other place that did it, Oregon, rescinded theirs a couple years ago. Yes.
Oh yeah, how's the baby doing?
She's fussing, but she's asleep, which is like super annoying because like she can't even try to tell you what's wrong because she's unconscious.
she's gonna have her own mic and headset before she even really start talking good. I can't wait to see you.
Probably so. Gotta get her a high chair though, so you can see
Yeah.
her. You know?
Or
Or
EV.
yeah, maybe by then we'll be in a different venue and I can just put the camera in another place. So Tesla's launched the upgrade tabs in Canada. In-car purchases are coming soon. So this upgrade tab has been on the U.S. cars for a minute, and on mine it's next to useless because it's got everything from the factory. So you click on it, it says you have no upgrades, or it says you have all the upgrades, or something to that effect. There's nothing left to purchase, and so now you all can enjoy that in Canada as well. However, where it becomes important is you can purchase your speed boost, you can purchase your full self-driving, you can purchase your premium internet connectivity, all right there from the screen. Also in your app, there's a slider to turn off allow in-car purchases. So that way, if other people drive your car, say you Turo it, or you've got a teenager driving your car and you don't want them just buying stuff, you can turn that off because some of these add-ons can get pretty expensive, like FSD at, what is it now, $14,000, $12,000? It's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or was it $200 a month?
$199. It's still $199.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. So so if it's not just you, you might want to slide that slider to not allow in-car purchases. They do still have their return policy, but it's if you don't know what's in there, then and you get the bill, it's like it might be too late.
Hey, that's funny you said that the upgrade. I just got that too now for my 13. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I'm excited about my 13. It's like a whole new car. I just don't have FSD. Like
Right.
I was at the Superstation yesterday playing beach buggy in my 13. On my yoke with, I got the yoke in there too, thanks to you. You inspired me to do that, which is a good move.
Description. Yeah.
Yeah. Good move. I was waiting on my table. Actually, it's because I went in Supercharger. They told me it's gonna be like an hour wait time. I was eating by myself. I said I just got a long day at work. I want a steak. They told me it's gonna be like an hour and a half waiting. The Supercharger is like only 3 away from the restaurant I was at yesterday. And
yeah,
out here in Austin, they're popping up. We're getting more and more. So it's they're really, So I said that, I can go top off my speed,
Yeah.
So I did, and it was playing beach buggy in the 13, man. And
yes.
the browser's faster, the YouTube. I mean,
yes. Oh, I love
got a
the
whole
YouTube
new
in the car.
car.
Yes, exactly. For just one little upgrade. So one thing I will say though, if anybody else out there purchases the car tray, also link in the description below. If you get the car tray and you're going to play beach buggy racing, take off the car tray so you don't spill your lunch, because you're going to be steering. And I saw one instance of that. I don't know if it was just forgetfulness or if they were trying to get a reaction out of people, but like there was lunch there, and then there wasn't. David says, FSD is the most expensive purchase you are not qualified for. That's right. There's somebody in one of my clubs in Charleston that she upgraded cars, and they, the new car didn't have it, so she bought it again, and she's been sitting at like a 96 safety score for months. Allegedly, Elon says that we're going to get some more of that, and we'll see. Robert says it's the price of a rental. Yeah, it's true. It is the price of some rentals. Although the price of rentals has gone up a lot too. I think right now you're looking at $1,000 a week easily for some rentals. Let's look at this one. So we saw on that E-Cascadia, the Class 6 and Class 8 trucks, we saw they had dual CCS chargers right there where the gas nozzle would be on the diesel truck. Yeah, well, the diesel nozzle would be on a diesel truck. And it looks like GM has patented dual ports to reduce charging time and increase flexibility as well. So I guess you could use two 400-volt CCSs to get 800-volt if they do 800-volt charging, or you could do two of them to go faster. When I read the headline, I was assuming it would be set up the way that the Ford F-150 looks to be set up. But when you actually get your hands on the Lightning, it only has one charge port, and the other one's a dummy door. So I was thinking, like, maybe they did them on both sides, so it doesn't matter how, or it reduces the chances of not being able to. You have to reline the truck up with the station. You just pull in, you got it, and that would be cool. Even on that, if it had them on both sides, and then you could still do dual charging, that would be nice. But having them side by side is not terrible. It's just not as useful. Yes. Okay, so moving on. I mean, what more can we say until they actually do it? So. All right, so the East Hampton police, they get approval to purchase 2 Tesla Model Y cruisers, but not without some pushback from the council. Oh, they're so expensive. It's Tesla. What are we, rich? No, it's saving you on maintenance and all that daggum idling fuel. So let's see. So City Council this week, the council has approved a second purchase for $89,864, which includes the cost of the vehicle itself at $56,000, and retrofitting for police use at $24,000, and 2 EV charging stations at $8,794 each. I wonder if these are like way out there because it sounds like they got ripped off. But if they were like had to run trenching and everything, then that makes some sense. The Model Y cruisers will be replacing 2 gas-powered Ford Interceptors, which are the Explorers, which will be used on Traffic Bureau and Administrative Division or Detective Bureau. All right, so where's the pushback for the council? Based on estimates, the Model Ys will save the city $5,600 in annual fuel costs alone. And that's just fuel costs. Don't forget the maintenance. Despite the savings and the environmental benefit of using nearly 2,000 fewer gallons of gasoline each year, the approval was met with some pushback from councilors. I wonder if they have investments in oil. Councilor Connie Denham was the lone vote against the proposal. She said she couldn't compromise her values to purchase a car from a company led by Elon Musk. So because you don't agree with the dude's politics, you're going to cost your people tens of thousands of dollars over the purchase of 2 vehicles.
And that's the problem.
Do you know the politics of GM? Do you know the politics of Ford? No, you don't. I bet you they're very much the same way. Most of these large CEOs, unless they publicly said that they're not in the hands of big money, they typically vote for big money. They just don't tell you about it. Now, if he was out there saying some truly reprehensible stuff, like advocating for like say January 6th or doing stuff to children or whatever, then that might give me pause. But
Good point.
you're looking at a U.S. made vehicle with U.S. workers. He's not the only guy there, and I don't know. I can agree with you standing by your politics, but at the same time, your politics over his politics, despite your constituents, seems like you're not being impartial. Let's see if there are any comments on this one. Some people can't separate Elon and the company as a whole. Exactly. He's just one part of it. David says this is an obvious invention. Not impressed. One company has patented this. Huh. You're right though, because if International can do it, or Freightliner can do it, then GM would have to prove that theirs is novel for one, and that's not obvious. So you're right. You're right. So you're right. They may get that challenged on the dual chargers. Or not dual chargers, but the dual charging inlets. The dual chargers would be outside of the car. And Tesla did dual chargers in the Model S forever. On the onboard chargers. So this was up there. There was no comment when I found the article, so I saved this tweet. Basically said the exact same thing about how she said that she couldn't compromise her values. Moving on. Pirelli has launched a wireless distributed battery management system for EVs. So this sounds to me like very much like what GM is doing with Ultium, where the battery modules are communicating wirelessly with the vehicle. They're not doing it over the CAN bus with cables. They're doing it wirelessly. Let's see. So the automotive supplier directly translates into reduction of complexity, weight, and the cost of the BMS while increasing efficiency, reliability, and flexibility. Yeah, because then the only copper you're running in between the cells is to get your series and parallel circuits for the power, not having to run all these different data cables to go with it. That could be significant savings, at least in weight, if not cost and complexity and all that stuff they talk about. So then we've got VW is following GM's lead and reiterating a goal to overtake Tesla by 2025. At least they're actually getting the cars out. They and Ford have sold out for the year 2023, and GM did for the Lyriq, but until the Lyriq goes into production, they're still just kind of just piddling about with the Bolt EV and EUV. They haven't recovered their numbers yet, but we'll see what they do.
But the overtake part, though,
right? That part.
You put your foot in your mouth. You know.
Especially when their definition of overtake is to surpass where Tesla is today, but not where Tesla plans to be this year. Let's see. So on Squawk Box, he said that the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, he notes that VW plans to catch up and potentially overtake Tesla EV sales by 2025. So the plan is to catch up. But you're skating to where the puck is, not where it's going to be. You're hot. You're hot here. Let me release that. Get some fresh air.
Let me ask you this here to get a little understanding from your opinion, because I was talking to my coworker. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. So, okay, I hear they saying they're going to do this. GM going to do overtake. Now, the thing with the charging, do they got in play of how they're going to do their charging? Are they going to use like these? Because
they're going to use public charging.
Which is, it's not. I'm sure it's not going to be nowhere near the speeds that Tesla's minimum speeds are at.
Some of them are faster, but you got to find the ones that are faster, and you got to hope that your vehicle's in the right condition for it. And so if the vehicle doesn't know, like that's one of the beauty of the supercharger, the car knows you're going to the supercharger. It can preheat, pre-cool, whatever it needs to do to get in the sweet spot.
Right.
VW has a slight leg up here in that they actually own Electrify America, but they don't. It looks like they're ready to spin it off at any point. They only own Electrify America from their punishment for Dieselgate. So it'll be curious to see how they do this, but them constantly going after where Tesla is today is not sufficient to complete the mission. Yeah, Eddie says Electrify America can be fast. Like the Ioniq 5 can actually charge faster than some Teslas on some Electrify America stations for a moment.
When you say fast, like what ratio say?
They can go up to 350 kilowatts.
How much?
I don't know if the Ioniq can do 350, but the Porsches can do 350 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But the good thing is, whenever we get our Degum CCS adapter, we can just use everybody's stuff.
Well, I don't know. Are y'all in your area? I'm speaking for your area. Have you seen a growth in yours? Because, like I said, man, at first I used to go in the app. Now it's like red dots all over here in Austin.
Right. So I've got superchargers like every 10 minutes, it seems, and then we've got not just Electrify America, but other DC fast chargers. They're just as numerous. Their installations are usually smaller, like 2 to 8 stations, but they're everywhere. David says, need interconnect, big area, well-maintained charger network. Otherwise, trips are tough, as I found out with the Leaf. Exactly. Yeah, so if we could have just like the plug-in charge standard is great, and I hope Tesla supports that on theirs, because that ability to just grab the handle, plug it in, and then juice just start flowing, and then unplug and go home or on your journey. It's like people don't understand how nice that is. And as David's saying, having to not just look in the app, but have to remember what card to pull out, which app you need to open up, and then as we saw with Electrify America's report, where 42% of the sessions required a phone call, to have to talk to a human over something as simple as an electronic connection. I mean, there's much work to be done.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, while superchargers aren't revolutionary anymore, as far as like you can get by without them, they still represent an ideal that others are trying to reach. Other than the speed is now, Elon said they're going to get up to 348 kilowatts. I think he said 324 kilowatts.
Yes.
But I don't think that's going to be the last upgrade, because we saw the Gen 1 superchargers went from 90 to 110, 120. The Gen 2s went from 120. They started at 120 and they went up to 150. And so now the Gen 3s are started at 250 per stall. They're actually 1 megawatt period, but the 250 per stall. And then we see them are going up to 3 something. And then I bet you we see another increase, especially once the mega chargers for the truck come out. Because again, it's my theory that the mega chargers are just the V3 superchargers with a different connection. And instead of splitting the charge into 4 different bays, they're going into 1 or 2 bays for the semi trucks. And hopefully also the Cybertruck. As we saw last week, or the week before, that the Cybertruck may get 800-volt system as well, just as Elon said he's not planning to put it on the small cars or the existing cars, because the amount of savings per car is a couple of dollars for a car that's already architected. But on a car that you're starting from scratch, if you build that in, then that savings could be phenomenal, especially one that needs the power like a Cybertruck or the semi-truck. So Florida moves to make an expansion of the EV charging infrastructure. NovaCharge has completed the successful deployment of 627 EV charging ports. I actually have to disclose that I've got a relationship with NovaCharge. My uncle has done an agreement with them to sell them, and I'm an advisor on that project. So, yeah. NovaCharge has actually a pretty nice system. Very well thought out. Here we go. Some fun stuff. So a modified Nissan Ariya is to drive from North to South Pole in 2023. Ooh, that's going to be a tough journey. For one, there's a little bit of water involved, and two, the Darien Gap is we've already got some Chevys that were stuck out there from the 60s, 70s. They're still there. So the beefed up all-wheel drive electric SUV will be driven on the epic 16,800 mile journey by British adventurer Chris Ramsey. So here we see what appears to be a sketch. Yeah, because there's illustrated mountains, illustrated wheels. The car is probably illustrated too. See how they plan to do this. So they're going to be traveling in the Aria E-Force over 27,000 kilometers, 16,777 miles, across several regions and continents in temperatures ranging from negative 30°C to 30°C, or negative 22 to 86 Fahrenheit, depending on when they actually do this, because undertaking something like this never goes according to plan. You could easily see temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Chris will be the first person to drive from pole to pole in a vehicle of any type, starting the journey in the Arctic and descending through North, Central, and South America before crossing to Antarctica. As you can imagine, the route will take Ramsey and the team through some of the world's most extreme and beautiful scenery, including snow-covered glaciers, landscapes, treacherous mountain climbs, and vast desert dunes. So Antarctica is going to be tough, depending on what season. So it's going to take several seasons if they want to hit both poles, because if the Nissan has the same situation as the Tesla and the Toyota, they don't like negative 40. The Toyota, as we saw last week, it doesn't even like below freezing. But the Tesla, you can only keep it at negative 40 for 24 hours. After that, you're kind of out of your own on the warranty situation. But any place that you can normally drive doesn't have that. Will the Nissan battery still be air-cooled? Not on the Aria. The Aria, they finally did the right thing. They've got CCS everywhere outside of Japan, and they've got liquid cooling on the entire model, which who knows why it took them so long. They had air cooling on the NV200, or the ENV200. The NV200 is gas, so that's actually liquid cooled. But the ENV200 had a computer case fan on the back of the battery, and so it had air cooling. Versus the Nissan Leaf, which has passive air cooling. It might have some radiator fins, but it does nothing to move air over the pack. To be able to withstand the extreme conditions and chronic lack of paved roads lying ahead, the E-Force will undergo several modifications, including a custom rugged exterior treatment consisting of upgraded wheels and tires and suspension. And the main vehicle will be accompanied by a second modified Nissan E-Force that will act as a support vehicle. Ooh, they're going to do this with two cars? First, how are they going to charge? Second, how are they going to have enough spare parts? Are they going to have stuff airlifted to them? Nissan's press release fails to address a minor detail, namely how the team will recharge the Nissan Aria's battery packs in places like the Arctic and Antarctic. We're sure they got a plan, though, considering the 389 horsepower E-Force is estimated to cover up to 265 miles of charge in ideal conditions. And that doesn't include off-road or extreme weather. Interesting. Their advanced all-wheel drive technology. Are they going to start this before they go on sale this fall? Because they go on sale in Q3. I think this would be a great way to actually sell some, or at least make the people who are already in line to buy them feel better about it, and then they can sell some for when they sell out. They can sell some more. Interesting. It includes Nissan's most advanced all-wheel control technology that's said to accurately manage power output and braking performance for smoothness and stability. Yeah, you can do that with an electric motor on each axle. It's a little harder to do with a spinning fossil, or reciprocating, really. So I got to go to the comments on this one because wish them well. Yes, absolutely. Solar is the only thing I can think of for recharging the vehicles. Yeah, solar would work, but they would have to either have a really large fold-out array, or maybe they borrow the rollout array that the military uses. That would be cool. But I think the fold-out array would be best for private use like this. Put out a fold-out array, put out a inverter. I guess you don't really need a battery to buffer it because you're charging your large battery. It still doesn't cover your spare parts, food, facilities. You can just use the outside, I suppose. Spare tires, spare axles, spare suspension components. I don't know how they're going to cross Darius Gap. Darien Gap. After this, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Most of you probably already know. If they're going to use solar, they better avoid summer and winter months. You get a whole lot of sun at one pole and next to none at the other. Good point. Because if it's wintertime on whatever pole you're talking about, the sun doesn't rise. And if it's summertime, it doesn't set. So that's probably fine. But it must be in the winter for North Pole because otherwise you end up at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. Also a good point. Are they going to take a ferry for part of it? Because as we've seen in the last couple of years, the North Atlantic ice situation is not just North Atlantic, but the Northern Sea. If you're up in Canada, there it's just not good anymore. David says solar means the trip takes 6 months from midnight sun to midnight sun. Yeah. They can do this, but not put TMS and CCS in the Leaf yet. Right. Thermal management system and CCS. And the new Leaf is still not CCS. It's still CHAdeMO, which... How are they going to drive over the ocean? I'm sure they're going to take a ship. Yes. She is the most complaining sleeper I've ever seen. They'll be using diesel to recharge. It's a promotional idea, and they should offer tribute trim with the larger wheels. That would be awesome if they offer a handful, like this 1,000. Bless you, 1,000 or so of the expedition editions. Here we go. So with the latest app update, Tesla will now display vehicle recalls for your vehicles. That's nice. Look at that. Rear harness recall. Check status. Request service. I like that because right now I'm getting emails from the government and it's I mean it works, but like they know everything about my car. It would be nice to say, hey, oh yeah, you're not in this recall versus me having to contact them and figure it out.
What do you think? Rear harness. What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know if it's just a demo or if that's something that somebody actually saw. Because you got the rear harness in the 7-seaters, and then you've got the wiring harnesses. Look, she's still asleep, just complaining.
In her sleep. Cute.
Are you hungry? Wake up. Hey, Motoko. How are you? She's stretching now. Back to sleep. Okay. In there.
Does she stay up in the middle of the night?
She gets up every couple hours, all day long. All day long. So that's a nice little feature there. They've got that in there. I like it. Sweet. So it's not clear if that will also send a push notification. That would be nice of them to do because they send a push notification for most everything. Even better if they put it in the list of things you can pick whether you want to be notified about. Because some people don't want to know when the charge is started, stopped, or interrupted, and so you can pick each of those as an option, and those sorts of things.
I got all mine on. If it's interrupted, when it starts, it stops.
Yeah, I want to know everything.
Yeah.
Let's check this out. I just got a notification real quick. Stand by. Are you hungry? Wake up and tell me. You want milk? Yes? Okay. Let's put this bib on you and give you some milk. Ah. Oh, don't fall. Don't fall. Come on, come on, come on. Well, give me a minute. You gotta put the bib on. Because she spits out a lot of the milk that she puts in. And so she'll be wearing half a bottle. Like this. How's it called? It's called milk? Yeah? Good job. Okay. Where was I? Dealing with that notification real quick. Come on, come on. Okay, so moving on. That's been dealt with. So Scott Manley put that the sun is more metal than we used to think. 26% more to be exact. Because this is something that people always ask, well, what if we shoot our garbage into the sun? It's an option. It's not worth it, but it's an option. And that got me thinking about there was a video recently. Somebody threw a boulder into a volcano that had like a crust, and everyone was upset that they. The caption of the video was somebody throws a boulder into a volcano with deadly results, and there were no deadly results. It just broke the crust, and it started. The whole area started to do the molten rock thing again. And I just thought it was interesting. So, let's see here. How much did they say of each? Mm, 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 mm. You know, I saw a summary of it when I found the tweet. Oh well, it's more metal than we thought. Let me give you the link, and you can peruse it yourself. Oh, I never did give you the Autoblog link. There's the Autoblog opinion about why the Apple car is bad, and here is about the sun being more metal than we expected. And then Eddie says, "Why would someone not want to be notified?" Well, our friend, our mutual friend, all the three of us, Shannon, she doesn't want to be notified about her husband's car charging and not charging, and he does want to be notified about all the cars charging and not charging. So, personal preference, I suppose. Doesn't make sense to me, but Dan says, "I heard the reference to Motoko. She sleeps 2 or 3 hours all day," and you say, "Oh, there are the updates," and I'm like, "An update that fast for what?" No, she every 2 or 3 hours she sleeps. Not 2 or 3 hours all day. That's not enough for a baby. It's not enough for an adult. She's out like a cat, like 20 hours a day. Yeah. All right. So moving on to back to the topics at hand. The first batch of Giga Berlin Tesla Y performance cars have arrived in Israel. Look at that. Beautiful. What's this? Why did it start in the middle of the article? Well, for some reason I started in the middle of the article. So what? I've got Twitter Blue, and let me reload the page. I'm not disabling crap. Because you get viruses from these ads. All right, so after probably because I opened it from Twitter and now they're mad that it's gone. No, I'll just leave the big old banner there. I don't care. Uh, so Tesla flipped a switch and its supercharger network became the largest public 150 kilowatt supercharger. So they're talking about how in Europe even though there's a lot of proper um, third-party charging networks out there, Tesla is the largest one there too, and they did overnight. They became the largest public because they already have CCS on all their stations, and now, as you can see, they can charge any old car at their stations.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was hitting at. They getting there. It's getting better and better. Honestly.
Exactly.
Even little back roads where I used to travel from here to let's just say for going to Dallas, the back roads now. If I drive my white car, like I was at first I used to kind of be, worried, not even say worried, but just have to make more stops. But
Yeah.
now I really don't have to make that many stops now because of the stations just popping up, man. I was just like, they really on it. People don't really want to give them any credit for it.
Exactly. All right, let's get this one a little closer to home for you, Marcus. Tesla is requesting a rule change in Texas to bring households with solar and batteries into the state's energy market. So last week we were talking about how there were some parts of the state that were negative $2,000 a kilowatt hour, while at the other parts of the state it was $3,000 a kilowatt hour. And if you were in the right place, you could have been able to take advantage of that if your system was allowed to participate. So Tesla wants you to be able to participate. Man, can you imagine $3,000 per kilowatt hour, and you got what a 12 kilowatt array up there? Run that for an hour. Hey, both car notes, the house note.
Yeah.
Nice. So we'll see what becomes of this, because same situation, like Texas only meets every 2 years to run their laws. So this one's going to be coming with the Utility Commission, and they were already able to mismanage this thing into the ground so that you can't have electricity in the heat or the cold. So we'll see what becomes of it. And this will help them, and it will be next to free for them. So I don't see why they wouldn't do it. And so for that reason, I expect them to do the wrong thing. All right, so we talked about East Hampton Police and their cruisers and the lady who did not want to do it because she doesn't like Elon. Global pollution kills 9 million people a year, study finds. This figure has increased by 55% over the past 2 decades. Despite us actually making progress in reducing our personal emissions, the increase is offset by fewer pollution deaths from primitive indoor stove and water contamination with human and animal waste. So overall pollution. Okay, so it's not just air pollution; it's all pollution. Yeah, we're not in a good place with that. The United States is the only fully industrialized country in the top 10 nations for total pollution deaths, ranking 7th. See, can we actually care for our citizens, please? We're sandwiched in between Bangladesh and Ethiopia. Seriously? Wow. We got ways to go, folks. Ways to go. All right, let's give you guys this article as well. So, what did they say about the third world nations? S-bomb countries. Is that us? Are we the baddies? Let's go on to more fun stuff. So, Starlink for RVs can be used anywhere that Starlink provides service and is ideal for camping and other activities, rural or remote locations where internet access has been unreliable or completely unavailable. Starlink.com/RV. All right, so I might be logged into my account, so I'm going to go here and see how much it shows before I go there. It is more expensive than Starlink for home, but you don't have to pay the extra roaming fee because it's a mobile service. Our friend Kyle Connor ordered one, and they are rushing it out to him on his journey to Alaska. So I'll be curious to see his thoughts on the Starlink for RV. My Starlink has been plumbed in. It's the router's out of screen now, but it's plumbed into the router. It's using as backup right now because we have an interruption every minute thanks to the trees. I did put out a call for a quote from a satellite installer to put it on the roof, and I need to call him back because I did an email, so I expected an email. He called and left a message. Yeah, the best way to reach me is email. You can call me, I might not answer unless I recognize the number. Uh-oh, another notification. What do we got here? Sorry, guys. let's see. Hopefully, there aren't any more interruptions from that notification system. And let's move on to. All right, so I was looking at the Starlink for RVs page, and it doesn't appear it's giving away my information. So let's take a look. So you've got residential, business, which is really expensive, and RV. So Starlink for RVs is basically the same as the home system, but you have no guarantees as far as um, where you're going. It's like a best effort, just like it is when we go roaming on the home system. But it's going to be $135 a month with a one-time hardware cost of $599. Versus the home package where it's like 110 plus 25. So it's the same price, really. 110 plus 25 with a one-time charge of $599. Starlink for RV was always a logical use for it, hence the airplane usage. Exactly. And we've got two airlines that are actually publicly committed to doing it right now. Hawaiian Airlines and JAXA, Jenna. Either way, there's two of them. And business was really expensive. Let's see. With more than double the antenna capability of Starlink, Starlink for Business delivers faster internet speeds and higher throughput at $500 a month, with a hardware cost of $2,500. So this might be what some of the YouTubers that don't have connection need. For me, it's a backup, and as you can see, I haven't been putting out my pre-recorded videos, so that would be something I am not in a position to get into. But having a big old squishy, or square dishy in this case, because squishy is the one I've got, I think it's huge. The higher gain antenna, additional throughput allocation, and better extreme weather performance, Starlink for Business can help ensure high bandwidth for critical operations 24/7. Higher speed, lower latency, 150 to 500 megabits per second, and latency of 20 to 40 milliseconds, enabling high throughput connectivity for offices of up to 20 users, storefronts, and demanding workloads across the globe. With Starlink, there are no long-term contracts, data caps, or exclusivity requirements. So this is interesting here because Elon made a statement about schools. I'm gonna leave this up. Remind me about it when we come back to it. Now, all these wearable devices, right? What about a fuel cell that can run off of glucose? A human-powered watch or sensor or cell phone or whatever, right? That sounds interesting to me. Or even better, you've got some stale donuts. You just feed them into this digester and power your electronics with it, right? Assuming this ever makes it from the lab to commercial approval, of course. And some malware could give you artificial diabetes. Or you get a software update to cause you to burn extra calories. I like that. Your appendix has to be replaced with a helpful symbiont that means you'll never get ill, but you don't have access to food for about 48 hours. It'll eat you instead. Oh, there's some sci-fi stuff right here. So let me give you guys the link to the actual article. I just wanted to bring up the premise, and I thought that was kind of cool that you could power devices on sugar. Robert Williams says it's $90 for phone, or 90 pounds for phone data. I think that Starlink is one of those ones that does the pound equals dollar translation, which is not best for you guys at all, because you can pay significantly more than our $500 for that business package. This one was interesting to me. Tesla is the only manufacturer with increased registrations in Q1. So let's look here. You got a list of automakers. Grand total is 589,612 for January through March of 2021. And January through March of 2022 decreased to 521,343. And everybody had a drop except Genesis. Yeah, except Genesis and Tesla. Everybody had a drop. Wow. It's significant. 59%, -3, 17. I guess I could look at that column. Genesis went up 53%, so they had a Tesla-like rise. I wonder what that's coming from right there, because the GV60 isn't on sale yet, is it? I haven't seen any friends with one yet. Genesis, but point still stands. Yeah, exactly. What about only EV numbers? Are those registrations increasing? Yeah, they are. Well, don't fall out the chair, baby. Ready to burp? I guess you decided, yeah, it could be me. I'm not ready to change shirts today. That was a nice little tidbit there. It's a good burp. All right, so farmer sues VW over climate change, and the German court has doubts. He claims extreme weather is harming his business. I mean, it's not just VW, but yeah, I mean, somebody's got to pay. Because right now, what happens is privatize the profits, socialize the expenses, the externalities that we pay for the climate change, we pay for the pollution. They get to keep the money. No farmer, no food, no future. Yes. Copy that. Put it here for you guys to read. I think it's an interesting premise, and we should keep an eye on this and see if he has any luck. Yes. Clearing it. Oh, good night. So this one we touched on. Eddie says they will swash him in court. Yes, they will, because he's just one guy, and they are the German auto industry. It's just as strong as the U.S. auto industry, or at least the U.S. dealer industry. Tesla Giga Shanghai has produced 26,000 cars since resuming production after the lockdown, which is good. They are still locked in, but that's not bad considering that they had actually stopped production for a good 3 weeks to produce 26,000 cars in that time over one shift. That they were able to achieve more than 45% of the original production, which is commendable. So I have a feeling that this quarter's numbers will not be as bad as we expected. If you just assume that they're going to be lower, I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised with whatever comes out. But they added shifts in Fremont, and they're also running the factory faster than it typically runs. They added shifts in Berlin. Berlin is not really in the thousands of cars per week category yet, but adding a second shift should help. And then you had I don't know if they added a second shift into Texas yet or not. But Texas is moving along pretty good, and they finally started selling the Texas cars to non-employees.
I can find out by this evening.
All right, I'm curious to know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Rivian's Georgia plant is becoming a political issue. It's a woke CA company whose mission is to turn the world green, which is incredible because they're an Illinois company for one. I think they also have facilities in California, but the factory currently is in Normal, Illinois. I don't know. What do you think, Marcus?
It's hard to say. What you said? What you actually do? I think it's gonna work.
Well, it started with a bunch of farmers saying they didn't like Rivian, they didn't like what it was going to do to the environment, blah blah. They didn't even know what Rivian was.
So how you gonna say that though? You don't know what it does. It just
Right. They were taken for a ride by some what do you call them, lobbyists, and not good ones.
I saw one yesterday. I like it actually for the first. I actually just actually saw one for the first time yesterday, and I was leaving work. I actually like them. If I can get my hands on one right now to my Cybertruck, I would do it at a reasonable price.
Right? I like the driving experience. It was a nice touch.
Yeah. Did you do a video on it?
I did a video on it, but it not of the driving experience.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's just once again, it's just one of these situations where people just trying to make it. They talk what they don't really know, but they just trying to make it. Just in our words, hate on EVs. Just don't want to give the benefit of the doubt. Period.
Yeah.
How is it? I mean, how they figure that though? I'm wondering. What make them say that?
The lobbyists don't want it there. So
Make it hard. I mean, no offense to anybody from California, but from what I'm hearing, people should be glad California, trying to do things there now. The way things are looking, going in the direction it's going with them right now.
exactly.
I
mean, who doesn't want more jobs in Georgia? Dan says on this topic this topic irritates me, makes my eyelid itch because it's close to home for Dan. Their mission is to turn the world green. You're a freaking farmer. Why don't you want a green world? You grow plants. If it's inhospitable to plants, then you don't have business. Like, come on. That's right, Moto. You tell him. So speaking of people actually trying to do the right thing, Florida's first climate-first bank launches online solar lending with no fees. That's nice. So you see a house with a solar roof and a nose cone Model S and a slightly newer Model S. You can tell because it doesn't have chrome on the bottom. It looks like a P85 or P90D based on that badge. So they claim to be the first FDIC-insured community bank founded to fight the climate crisis. Today, they launched an online solar lending platform for Florida residents. So if you're in Florida and you want some solar and you don't have it yet, or you want to expand your solar, take a look at them. Here's a link to the article so you can participate, and let's hope that more people do the same thing. I did a bridge loan on my solar system where it was 0% interest for like 18 months, and then when I got my tax credit back, I paid it off the loan because 0%, right? Otherwise, if I didn't, even if I only had like $100 left on the loan, if I had anything left after 19 months, it would have been all the interest would have flooded back at once. So I made sure to pay that fee off. When it comes to pickup truck, drivers are very gas oriented. This is true, but they're not just gas oriented; they're brand oriented. So, like, it's as nice as the Lightning is, very few Chevy buyers would consider the Lightning. Who doesn't want more trust for Georgia? The party of the people. This is true. They're the ones. All right, so the BYD Seal pre-orders begin in China, starting at $32,000 as a Tesla Model 3 competitor. I mean, it looks good. We'll see if they leave China. So far, the only BYD that's left China is buses, or at least to the States anyway. Moving on. The Porsche. Huh?
No, I was gonna say I kind of like. It looks kind of good.
It does look good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully they have success and that it's safe enough to bring here, and that they do. The Porsche Taycan GTS Hockenheimring Edition celebrates the track's 90th anniversary. It features an appearance pack that adds decorative stitching, anniversary badges, bronze trim, and an exterior color. So it's just a beauty kit, but hey, why not? More options. I tried specking out a Porsche just for fun. Man, those prices add up quick. You start with the base model, and then it's like, well, what happened? So you got some interior stitching. Take a look at this thing. It doesn't look bad. Reminds me of my Champagne Model X. Exactly, Eddie. Eddie said he's been in a BYD dealership once. Hasn't seen a car yet. Oh wow, they even did the key. Nice. TCL Properties launches Flex Drive, a free Tesla car share program for apartment residents. So we keep saying that less cars is a solution, right? Well, what if your apartment complex comes with a community Tesla or a handful of them actually for you guys to be able to handle your car needs, but everything else you can walk or not have to pay registration and insurance, taxes on. At least not the whole thing anyway, because you know it's built into your rent. This is nice. It moves towards the mission, and they have charging on site, so it's the same situation as anybody else. You know, you leave from home with a full charge, and they might even have some extras if you already have a car that you need to plug in, or if they're smart and they have the Gen 3 chargers, they can charge you, because it knows who's allowed and it knows who used the electricity. Let's see, what is this thing trying to show me? Okay, close that. That's not useful information. And all right, let's do this one instead because it's in a window that I need to clean out. So Tesla might not love California, but California still loves Tesla. Tesla sales in California are up 83% this year. To be fair, it's not exactly that Tesla doesn't love California anymore, but more the CEO, Elon Musk, hasn't been shy about criticizing the state lately. Yeah. But it didn't start with Musk. It started with that politician who said F Elon Musk on Twitter, and he's like, fine, message received, and moved. He was kind of on the fence about it. I mean, I get it. If people were that opposed to me, would I sit there and keep being a punching bag? Probably not. Would I respond the way that he has? Definitely not. These aren't equal measures here. But it's good to see them. Like we just talked about Tesla, Genesis. So Mini wasn't on that list. Mini, BMW, and Kia at 0.4% in California. So maybe these weren't enough to make that other list. Everybody else, excuse me, big dips. With Chrysler seeing a 58% drop. EVs and hybrids. Yeah. Let's see. Let's share this tab instead. All right, so Ford recalls SUVs due to fire risk, advises parking outside. I didn't find it from Fox, but I think Dan did, and that's why this one is up. So if I find it again later, we will skip my copy. So Ford has recalled 350,000 vehicles in 3 separate recall notices on Thursday, recommending that some SUVs be parked away from buildings. These are not EVs. They're just Ford SUVs. The Lincoln Navigators and Ford Expeditions are liable to start on fire even when turned off. Ford requests that owners of the vehicles take them into dealerships for repairs, warning they should not be parked indoors or near buildings in the meantime. But there's no stop drive order like we saw with Mercedes the other day. Wow. Of course, at the same time, if it might catch fire, I don't know if any tow operator would want to bring it in. Yes, sweetie. Oh, you done? Okay. She's just sitting there staring into space. Yeah, so that's Ford right there for you. I think this one's coming from Dawood. Georgia joins a $19 million settlement alleging Ford Motor Company misrepresented their hybrid vehicles. Oh, boy. The settlement is to resolve allegations that Ford falsely advertised real-world fuel economy of model year 13 and 14 C-Max hybrids and the payload capacity of the 11 to 14 Super Duty pickup trucks. And so I'm not sure about the payload situation, but on the C-Max, Ford used all the tricks in the book that they were allowed to do, should not have done, to get the fuel economy up. For one, they used the fuel economy from the Fusion because it had the same powertrain, so they didn't even test the C-Max. And then on the Fusion, they taped, well, they didn't share the actual test data from the C-Max. Doesn't mean they didn't test it, because they would have had to test it to know to do this trick. So they switched the numbers for the Fusion, and then on the Fusion, they taped up all the seams, and they did everything they could to make the fuel economy better than it could possibly ever be for a normal person. Because for one, if you're driving by yourself, how do you tape the car seams up after you get in the car? And yeah, that was. I remember when this one first came out, it was pretty bad. And so it looks like Ford's being forced to pay up, which is good. The vehicle was initially promoted as 47 miles per gallon in the city and highway, but Ford had to lower the vehicle's fuel economy rating once in 2013 and again in 2014, eventually to 42.37 and 40 combined. The settlement concerns Ford's deceptive advertising practices and helps ensure that Ford will not make false or misleading advertising claims about fuel economy of its vehicles. Yeah. And then it goes into the pickup truck thing, but I'm not familiar with that, nor is it relevant to this discussion. Yes. All right, so here's some fun news. Let's get off of the Ford stuff. IDRA begins assembling a 9,000-ton gigapress, which will hold an open house preview next month. So the 9,000-ton gigapress, I think that's a second Model Y line, because the Cybertruck gigapress is supposed to be 12,000 pounds. Unless this is just one part of the Cybertruck. I don't know. Because this picture was allegedly of the 12,000 pound Cybertruck press. Maybe it's not, because it says IDRA shared a photo on their LinkedIn page showing off the machine's impressive scale with an employee standing in front of it. The employee is 6 feet tall. We estimate the machine is close to 25 feet tall. Massive machines being assembled at their facility in Travaglito, after which it will be put on display and previewed during an open house June 6th to June 14th. So I wonder if then maybe the 12,000 is a goal. I don't know where the 12,000 comes in. If this is allegedly for the Cybertruck, I don't know. IDRA hasn't announced which customers ordered the 9,000-ton gigapress, but the natural conclusion is that it could be for Tesla. Just over 1 year ago, the company announced they had secured an order for their 8,000-ton gigapress from a leading global manufacturer for new energy vehicles. There's also a bunch of the Chinese companies are going for giga castings as well. So this very well could be a Chinese gigapress and not a Tesla gigapress. Old VW Dieselgate like move. In the sense that they were lying, yes, but they didn't kill anybody with it, so it's not as bad. But it was emissions related, so yeah, they could. If you look at it from the emission standpoint, yeah, they did kill some people. Because if you bought it to be a certain level and you're driving around thinking you're doing the right thing, so yeah, I would say that that is VW like. Maybe not on the level of cheating, because they did everything that was legal. It was not legal for VW to use that to defeat the device. Where'd we go? Speaking of castings, so I did actually get some of the articles in order. Volkswagen shows off their first mega cast that will underpin the Trinity EV. And here it is. It looks significantly smaller than the rear casting on the Model Y and the Model S. I tell you what, right there. It's a start, though. I think it's only slightly bigger than the underbody casting on the Mach-E. Because I think the Mach-E is like this the size, the center size here. And they've got these little wings on it. Yeah. You got to start somewhere. So they use a 4,400 ton press. It comes out like that. Not bad. There it is on a rack. Okay. I like the idea of die casting a whole car, like a Matchbox toy. Then we got some bad news. Environmental groups hope to halt the EV battery plant permit at Giga Texas. They are alleging that that Tesla is going to contaminate the river, Colorado River, and the drinking water for Austin, which is impossible because the river flows the other direction. The letter noted that the new battery complex would require substantial water and chemicals, and due to this, the new facility could produce hazardous waste, a hazardous waste stream if something goes wrong at Giga Texas. As well as the groups complained about the rapid construction of the facility. Groups also stated that Tesla has yet to build the promised ecological paradise. So on the Tesla Life, we said that, well, why would you put the plants in before you're done with construction? Because construction is hazardous to the plants, both in the actual mechanical situation with with them getting trampled, as well as any of the dust and vibration and pollutants that are put out while you're doing a mega construction project like this. So why would you put the ecological paradise in before you're done with the tearing up of the landscape?
Right.
I mean, that's like step like the last step before you sell a house. You're gonna put the paint on and put the final keys in, right? You're not gonna paint it before the walls go in. It's like
That's a good point.
Let's take the plastic off the windows before the drywall's been put in.
That's a good one.
So this feels like the same sort of tactics they've been pulling in Berlin, and I'll give you the link to the Drive Tesla Canada article if you want to read it and get irate like us. All right, there we go. Moving on. So, in response to that, Alex said, wasn't the land a mosquito breeding, unreclaimed former rock quarry or something before Tesla cleaned it up? So that's another very good point. This was a brownfield site. It was a dilapidated rock quarry that had been abandoned, and all it was doing was growing mosquitoes. And so Tesla had to pay to clean it up before they could even put the factory there. So you're complaining that they're not done yet, basically. So you better stop because you're not done yet. Like, what? And then Michael Size says, actually, that's precisely what it was, which is why they got it so insanely cheap. Yes, similar to Fremont, because Fremont was also a brownfield site because the paint department was leaking stupendously. It was disgusting swampland. The smell was terrible, but not even swampland though. It was a rock quarry, so it wasn't even what it should have been. It gets funnier. One of the groups signing on to this is Sunrise ATX, which is a Sunrise movement fighting for climate justice, green jobs, and equitable transition in the heart of Texas. Join the fight. They claim to be fighting for climate justice, green jobs, and an equitable transition in the heart of Texas. Hilarious. And Giga Berlin was a piece of land approved for industry with a cardboard plantation on it. Yep. Yeah, that's the other part. I keep calling it a cardboard forest because that's exactly what Giga Berlin was. It grew trash trees for cardboard. These groups are being influenced by outside money. Yes, they are. Being influenced by outside money, Tesla should be proactive. The problem is it would likely backfire that they are buying off environmental groups. There are endangered mosquitoes. This is true, but were there endangered mosquitoes in the quarry? And the quarry is gone, so obviously not, because they allowed it to go through. Sounds more like short groups. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, it's not perfect. Why should we do anything? It's not perfect. Stop now. Not perfect. Try something and then they continue to improve it. Easy. So, Charge is reporting that the EPA announced $500 million in funding for electric school buses. Always a good thing. Here we see a school bus charging on what appears to be a CCS charger. 60 kilowatts. Not bad. All right, so these American-made zero-emission buses, 500 big ones, represents the first round of funding from the $5 billion investment authorized by the bipartisan infrastructure law. There we go. So we talked about the BYD seal and how they announced it. Well, it got over 22,000 reservations in 6 hours. Wow. I think it's going to sell well. and BYD, like I said, they're not new. They know what they're doing. It's their first car that could be in the U.S. though. But in the U.S. so far, they've only sold buses. But in China, they've been selling cars for a minute. It's incredible. 22,000 in an hour, in 6 hours. All right, so we talked about InRide last week, and I didn't know what I was looking at. So Inside EVs did a little expose on it. So let's see somebody who knows more about it than what I gathered from the video. So the electric semi-trailer will be compatible with InRide's electric autonomous trucks and conventional electric semi-trucks. Talking about it. The big news is the trailer will also be compatible with conventional electric semi-trucks, which I figured it wouldn't after we saw the video, which should unlock a far greater market for the product. The InRide trailer is said to extend the range of the aforementioned tractor units by up to 650 kilometers or 404 miles on a single charge, thanks to its own integrated 320 kilowatt hours of batteries. Interesting. Enabled by the InRide Saga digital platform, the InRide trailer will provide AI-based insights into the cargo being transported, and more specifically, it will offer real-time data across key touchpoints, including loading, route planning, fill rates, cargo monitoring, and preventative maintenance. There we go. So it's still cool, but now it's actually cooler that it's not, you don't have to buy their truck, because good luck getting people to switch over their trucks and trailers. They'll switch over one, but good luck getting them to switch over two. All right, so this isn't new to Tesla. They've done this in the past, where if you hack their car at a hacking convention, you can win the car. So the Pwn2Own hackers, they win $75,000 plus a Tesla Model 3.
Have anybody won?
Huh?
Have anyone won?
Yeah. They won another Model 3 in the past, and I think there was a Model S that was won previously as well.
And they hacked it.
Yep. One of them was a simple browser hack, and Tesla patched it right after they won it. Like they made you click on something, and then they got into the car. What about this one? Did they not go to the competition?
I take it was a situation where like, they did it to see where they can do improvement in, I guess, or what they need to address. What do you think?
Oh, Tesla will pay you if you find problems with their system, and then at these competitions they'll give you a whole car as the prize.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you throw it up. Okay, hold on. You got this big bun. Here, take it. Yeah, I know. That was coming out of your nose. Ugh. She doesn't like people touching her nose. Because, infants, they don't breathe it. Oh, wow, and you're blowing out the other end, too. They don't like it when people touch their noses because they don't know how to breathe out of their mouth if they're crying or yawning or whatever. You want to change it?
She started notice she started doing it when we were talking about Tesla hacks and
Right. Yeah. So guest office asking, what about this one? Did they not go to the competition? Rideshare guest also mentioned it to me in the UK. Let's see what he's talking about here. Oh wow, she's still farting. Oh, Bluetooth hack compromises Tesla's digital locks and more. So I don't know that Tesla would pay for this one because it's really just a relay attack, and it affects everybody. But hopefully, the last time there was a relay attack on the Tesla key fobs for the Model S, they actually updated the key fob, and then they sold new versions of the key fob that were even more robust against it. When the Model X shipped with that key fob, and then I think Omar said he updated his key fob to that version, and then I had a loaner car that had an out of date key fob, and I couldn't update it because I didn't have the right credentials to do the update because it was in service mode or whatever for the loaner. So the latest build of the Cybertruck made an appearance today at the Michigan Formula SAE competition. It looks gold or champagne, but it's just the lighting and the reflections. Excuse me, the hiccups. It'll be showing up anywhere else, Elon. And this found on Reddit by a user different low 4875. I kind of like it with this tint to the thanks to the lighting and the ground there. Looks sharp. Also like it without those octagonal wheel covers that they put on there. I'm hoping they ship the wheel covers optional and they say, oh, it's worth 10 miles of range. I'll just leave them off. So could this confirm the existence of three or more trucks? I love the gold. I know my wife will love it more.
You said with them off or on? You said with them off like as is, like a better like that.
Yeah, I like it better like this. I don't like the ones it shipped with, or it launched with, I should say. Oh, to check this theory, we need to compare the color temperature of the rim's metal to the body metal. Could just be the camera settings. It probably is. But yeah, that's a good idea because the wheels aren't changing as much. You could do like a sample of the colors in an art program and figure it out. All right, so so this is what everybody's saying that this is the one for the truck, and I don't think so. It could be, but I'm curious where the 12,000 comes in versus the 9,000. But I was hoping this would be the one. There's a video of this thing, just driving through. All right, then Elon Musk was making more pontifications of the future, FSD, all this stuff. We'll see. Don't hold your breath. My Model S 90D was supposed to meet me at the front door, and we got something similar with Smart Summon, but it wasn't on AP1. Let's find the quote and then just move on. You don't have the quote? Oh, okay. So Musk recently visited the country of Brazil, and he went on in order to meet and talk to its president regarding giving internet access to remote populations among in the Amazon rainforest. This mostly refers to rural areas that are far from large settlements, exactly the kind of place that could benefit from Starlink. Starlink is currently operational in 32 countries at the time of that writing. I got some news on that coming up later in the show. But Elon Musk wants to see it go global. But aside from talking about the Amazon internet issue, the boss briefly mentioned he believes at the same time next year the automaker's vehicles will be able to drive themselves without human supervision. And we'll leave the editorializing. What do y'all think about when will we actually see FSD capable of being a robotaxi, but not necessarily legally being able to do its thing, like where we still got to sit there in the chair and keep our hand on the wheel, but it's really doing everything with no mistakes everywhere in most weather conditions. Leave a comment down in the chat. I'm curious what you guys think. And if you're watching this on the replay, put it in the comments. I'm also curious there too. All right, so we talked about China already. Robert thinks 2038. I think it'll be within 5 years, personally. I don't think it will be at the later end of 5 years. I think that within 2 to 3 years we'll be able to do what Elon is promising, and after that, another 5 to 10 years before the politicians understand what they're looking at and get on board. And then you've got folks like Ed Markey, Senator Ed Markey, who's so allegedly deathly afraid of the technology. I've offered him several times to ride in my car, either at home or here in DC, and we'll see if he ever takes me up on it, but I doubt it. He says he can't just see anytime soon. Right, so this is interesting here. We got a video from Mercedes. All right, I clicked on it. Where'd it go? There we go. We got a video from Mercedes. They're showing off something that Rivian showed off previously in the past, and we'll see what becomes of it. Like, Rivian isn't the only manufacturer whose electric off-roader can do literally a turn on a dime, except that no production Rivian can do it right now. And the two-wheel drives will never be able to do it. So, I think this has music. Yep. So it drives, it stops, it does a tank turn, and then it goes the other direction, and then it stops again. I'm guessing that's them reconfiguring it to drive instead of tank turn. It stops for a good minute, and then it goes off again. It's nifty, but will it ever see the light of day? And how many places can you actually use it, since you kind of need it to not to be on the tarmac, because you need a limited traction surface to be able to spin it around. Hey, Lee! All right, so what do we got next? It's the same thing, same article. Stop. Moving on. Sawyer found some news. Toyota will soon max out its electric vehicle tax credits. So remember, I was complaining about how they wasted them on 11-mile plugins. You know, because you didn't get the full 7,500, but it still counted against your car's count. And so now, since Toyota has sold 190 plug-in hybrids, their $7,500 federal tax credit is going to run out very soon. And now that they have a real EV, the BZ4X, that actually qualifies for the credit. It actually needs it because it costs more than a Prius. They did this to themselves. They did it themselves. They screwed up. The good thing is, if you like this car, you can then get it from. I don't think Lexus counts because GM can't use their credits for Cadillac. So what you can do, however, is buy the same car from Subaru as the Subaru Solterra, and then you get everything you like about this inoffensive, very capable car for inoffensive money, while also getting your $7,500 tax credit. That's probably the way to go. What do you think, Marcus?
I agree. Well, it's hard to say on that, man. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Well, I mean, whether or not you like this car, I mean, what do you think about getting it from Subaru instead of getting it from Toyota to get around the tax credit situation?
Hey, I'm about.
Save money?
I ain't gonna say getting over, but I'm about. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm an investor.
exactly. So I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, same as Marcus. This is not the car for me, but I'm glad it's out there. I think it's a little more milk toasty than the VW ID4 is, except that it's got these, I think, unattractive fenders, which is really the first thing that turns me off by even looking at the car. And then after the fenders, everything else just seems like they could have done more for the price. But it's not a bad choice, and it's better than yet another gas RAV4, for instance. And it's not a self-charging electric car, which is some BS they do in Europe to sell hybrids. and not even plug-in hybrids, just regular old hybrids. So I mean, it's a step in the right direction, and there are people out there for this car. Those people aren't me or Marcus. All right, so Tesla plans to ramp up to pre-lockdown output in Shanghai by Tuesday. It's incredible because we saw that they had already come up pretty close, and so now they plan to get there by Tuesday, according to a memo. Germany has slashed the cost of trains, trams, buses to encourage people to ditch their cars and save energy amidst Europe's standoff with Russia. They should have done this regardless of the Russian gas standoff, because the whole thing is get less cars on the road, right? So why not let the people who can use these methods use them? And then there's less traffic, there's less pollution, there's less congestion, there's less waste in both the fossils and the EVs, because you still got tire dust. There was this totally buggered study that came out that said that EVs have more brake dust than non-EVs because they're heavier. For one, the tests turned off regen, so it was a lie. And two, not every EV is heavier than its gas counterpart. Like the Model 3 actually weighs less than some BMW Model 3, BMW not i3s. i3s? Yeah, i3s. No, i3 is the electric. The Model 3 weighs less than some BMW 3 Series. There we go. And it does weigh more than the base model for sure. So, but again, if you look at the amount of people on EVs that actually change their brake pads for consumption versus rusting or crashes or any other reason that they've actually changed their brakes, it's very rarely from consumption. I know of personally 2 people in my circles that have told me that they replaced their brake pads on their EVs, and they did hella miles. Like one guy had over 100,000 miles on his car, and he drove everywhere, so it made sense. And then the other one, I don't know how he did it, but he had a Model S with like 65,000 miles, 70,000 miles, and he replaced the brakes to wear. I don't know if he had it on the lower regen setting or if he got it used and the previous owner was somebody special with it, or like Smoke. Smoke actually goes out and needs the brakes to stop because he's going real fast, and
And hopefully very faster.
yes, exactly. And so in that case, you need the brakes to cut it down, because you're not doing highway speeds at that point. You're in competition. And then Eddie says too many bunk plug-in hybrid. Yeah, I agree. They're like I said, they're training wheels. But did he ever regen? Exactly. The thing I found about the plug-in hybrids was, like, I bought 2 plug-in hybrids, but they met the criteria to get the full tax credit, so that made sense to me. $7,500, boom, back to me. And hey, but when you're getting $1,100 for your tax credit and then burning up a car from your 200,000, that seems short-sighted to me, because they could have made a big enough battery. Like there were motorcycles that qualified before they took the motorcycles out. There were motorcycles that qualified for the full tax credit because they had a big enough battery, which was bigger than the one in the Toyotas. Like, you have no excuse for your car with 4 wheels and no. A motorcycle has to be light enough to be picked up by a person. You don't have to do that with a car, and it didn't look bad on their part. So yeah. Anyway, Germany's doing the right thing here. They should have done it before the gas crisis. Get less cars on the road. That's better for everybody. Less congestion, less noise, less actual pollution from like the tires, the road noise, the light, everything that's real. And then of course on the combustion cars, all the air pollution that goes with it. So Elon Musk News reports Tesla Gigafactory Texas to get its second Gigapress machine, and Cybergrade says that this is the news I'm here for. So here you can see inside the Gigafactory, they got their Idra crates and they're getting started. That's what I'm talking about. And this one is definitely for the Model Y. CyberDX says it's another 1,000 casts a day. Yeah, Skippy. I'm buying Tesla stock now at 700 or less, waiting for the Texas and China factory to be up and running again. I agree. Not stock advice, but I agree. Several thousand-pound oak tree fell, and Gary Oak Tree fell on George's Tesla Model 3. The cabin is completely intact, except for a few shards of glass on the seats. It happened during a windstorm this week in Victoria, BC. Another example of the incredible strength of Tesla's glass roof at Elon Musk. So there's the aftermath.
Yeah, I saw that. Ooh.
I'm surprised that the front window has nothing done to it, and the side windows are intact. Although the rear quarter and the rear door had a little bit of impact. The rear window took most of the brunt, as did the trunk.
And all the hood, if you look at the roof, is not really damaged if you look at it.
Yeah.
Like going towards the front.
Yeah. Oh, it got the front window too. Okay. So that middle panel was unaffected.
Right.
The front and back windshields were affected. That's still incredible. Oof. I was glad nobody was in it. All right, so thanks to George for sending us these photos. He's expecting a first baby in a few weeks and is trying to get another Tesla as soon as he can after seeing firsthand how safe they are. That was one of our considerations with picking Tesla as well, because we wanted a safe car. And Model X we liked because it made it easier to load and unload in that middle row. Wow, you can't even see the car in this picture. Or is that after they got the car out from under the tree? That's a huge tree. Let's see, what else came of this? This guy thinks that's normal for any glass roof structure. Maybe. The glasses in auto are not designed to hold the weight, rather to break apart easily so people inside can escape. The structural frame provides the strength. Okay. This looks like Tesla's fault. The car clearly provoked the tree. Can we get data about whether AP was engaged? Sometimes the environment just doesn't want to be saved. Volvo was struck on a pillar. The Tesla was struck in mid-pillar. Much more difficult. The Volvo was impressive in its time. I'd rather bet my safety on Tesla these days. Absolutely. Oh, I'll bring her back. I could hold her, but it's a lot easier with both hands to do this show. Wait. Hey, Monaco. How are you doing? Say hi to everybody. Happy Sunday. Happy Memorial Day.
Yeah, she like this gonna be she gonna be doing this the future. Too cute.
You smiling? Get in there. Jump. You moved your foot. Yes, that's uncomfortable. Are you sleepy? Okay, you can sleep right there. I'm warm. You strapped to a fat man. There you go. All right, so we talked about Elon Musk saying that we'd have electric cars self-driving next year. This is just a photo The caption is, "This is fine. Gas was $7.29 in Los Angeles today."
Yes. Jeez.
That's for the cheap stuff.
Somebody was doing a thing. What was I looking? I think it was last night I was looking. They was just comparing like how bad in places their gas is higher than people's car notes.
Yes. Yeah, Anders was telling us that last time he did the price for us in Norway in Stockholm, the price was $8.25 a gallon equivalent. Would you like this? Would you like some milk? Yeah. Oh, okay, I thought so.
That's not on top of maintenance, you know.
Exactly.
I promise. I'm thinking about it. I don't. I used to be crazy about my Mercedes wagon, man. I don't miss it. You know, like I said, I had to put 93 in it, and you had to get the oil changes every so long. You know, and there wasn't no cheap oil changes, and then if some did go wrong, you know, man, people. Ugh.
Right. Robert says that's cheap. This is true. If you're looking at it from Wales, that's cheap. Yeah, the premium gas part, like my Volts, both required premium gas. Thankfully, they didn't use much, but they needed premium. The new generation Volt took 86, but they don't. They have this concept of, oh, I got to go to the place to plug in and charge. You don't have to go to the supercharger. You don't have to go to the Electrify America station. You can do it at home. And the hard part is if you live in a multifamily dwelling, but most of the people complaining about they don't know how to charge it, they have a house, a townhouse, a place to park with an assigned parking space. Like the ones that complain to me, like they're not calling from an apartment, from a condo, like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Those people I get. The people with a driveway with a plug on the side of the garage, come on, dude. Try a little harder. What if I want to go on a long trip? Did you not see me? Like you were complaining at me in Massachusetts. How did I get there? I didn't snap my fingers and show up with a 8,000-pound SUV. I didn't carry it.
Right. See. And then the bad thing about it, when they say gas gonna go down, just, for example, that's $7.29. When they say it go down, if it do go down, it's gonna be like, let's just say $7.01 or $6.89, right, and that's considered down. Like,
yes. So typically, when people show me a picture of a gas pump or they talk about the gas, I'm like, is that high? But lately, I know whatever they've been saying is high because there's only two reasons people tell me the gas price. They tell me it's because, oh my goodness, I got a good deal, it's low, or oh my goodness, I can't believe it's so high. And lately, there's been no low. So I know for a fact that's high because that's expensive. $8 a gallon. Snap. All right, so the Model Y average annual mileage is higher than the average U.S. vehicle. Tesla explains that customers are using their EVs as their main cars. Well, not just that, but it seems that like everybody who gets a Tesla just like suddenly starts going on road trips and stuff. Because like I had a decent amount of mileage I would do, and then I like doubled it. So the average U.S. vehicle is just under 12,000 miles a year, and the average Model Y is pushing what's the next line would be 16,000 miles a year, 14,000 miles a year. I'm down under 12 this year because of work at home, pandemic, all that. But typically, I'll do 30,000 miles a year easily. It's amazing my car hasn't gone over 100,000 miles yet. I can't get you any more because it's full, and with all that throwing up, I think that you're full. Don't look at me like that. If it
hey, Case, quick question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, on your car, with your latest update, is your latest update shows just like where you can customize the dock station, all that, right? Correct?
Yeah, I've had the ability to customize the dock for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. I can only put 4 apps in it though, because it's skinny. I think the Model 3 and Y can put in like 5 apps, and I don't know what Smoke can do. Smoke can do even more.
Yeah, I'm sure you talked about the tilt situation last week. I think I was in and out. Did you talk about that last week?
We did. When you bought Smoke, they advertised tilt on your sales page, right? So are they going to do it for free for you, or are they going to pretend they never said it?
That's a good question. So I'm gonna see. I'm gonna ask somebody about that this week actually. But think about it. Do you think? So you don't know anybody? I'm curious to see, are they gonna charge people for that, for the previous?
There were a couple people where they didn't show it on the sales page, so I think that either they're not going to allow it at all or they'll charge them for it. But the right thing to do would be to just give it free to everybody. But I don't see them doing that because remember that little tray that came in the Model 3 Lee, the little tray in your armrest? That's gone. It's been gone since 2020 at least. Like you open it up, there's just a cavern, a felted cavern under your armrest. It's like what?
Oh, open space.
Yeah,
Oh,
it used to be like a little tray to put some stuff, and then underneath that was like the bucket. Now it's just a bucket. I understand saving pennies, but some places they get like super cheap. And then Dan says fuel up everywhere, anywhere argument. So yeah, it's true in Alaska as we saw with Earl, but everywhere else in the world, pretty much there's a way to get electricity into your car on the road at speed. Eddie only has 8,500 on his. Is that the same situation? This what you drive, or is that because there's been less places to go over the last 3 years? Lee said there's this apartment complex with EV charging stations, and every time I pass by, ICE is parked in it. I get so mad as I know what it's like to be on less than 10% and need to charge. Yes, a buddy of mine up here, we worked down in South Carolina together. His apartment complex, they had 4 EV charging stations, one at each building, and oftentimes there would be a car or pickup truck just jammed up in there because it was the closest spot to the building. I understand putting them close because it's cheaper on the electrical work, but if you can, if you have a site and you're gonna, don't fall, baby. If you have a site and you're gonna put in a charger, it's best to put it as far away from the building as you can, so that people won't feel that it's preferred parking or that they deserve it, even though they don't have an EV. Yes. No more. You're full. Like if you can't keep it in your mouth, then you're full. You're topped off, baby. Let's see. My last car I did 102,976.18 or no 102,976 in 18 months. Oh my goodness. Were you like a traveling salesman back then, or you just like to roll? More milk, please. You just changed her, so she'll be fine once I get her some more milk and she falls asleep. I don't know if you guys can hear that or it's filtered. That is my sugar alarm. It's red. So let me eat a cookie real quick. Yes, sweetie, yes. Eddie says everything is local to him. That makes sense. Is she excited? Well, you had about me, child. So Germany, Volkswagen starts production of ID4 in Emden. This is the second ID4 production site in Germany, and the 4th globally, which in the fall will be joined by the 5th one in the US. So this falls in line with what they were telling us about how they were going to add capacity and how they were also going to focus on profitability over volume. So rather than do like Ford and GM and say, oh, we sold out for the year, they're finding places to put these things to make new cars. So why not do it? Ah, delivery driver. Okay, so that makes sense, Robert. Yeah. I think to do it in an EV would be awesome instead of a fossil for sure. So kudos to VW, and this is why Elon and myself and several others think that VW does stand a chance to make it in second place. Ford could do it if they wanted to. GM had it and they let it go. But both GM and Ford have too much in the fossil side, and they don't have any sort of history with Dieselgate, so they're not as incentivized to go full EV real quick. All right, so we talked about the anti-environmentalists trying to stop. Sorry, they were called themselves environmentalists. We talked about the people trying to stop Giga Berlin from expanding, or sorry, not Giga Berlin, Giga Texas from expanding. Let me get a tweet from Andre Karpathy, the head of Tesla AI, and he's currently still on sabbatical. He says, I've seen similar events play out in ship telemetry many times, but a few minutes ago was the first time autopilot prevented an almost certain collision for me personally. Experiencing it in real life is something else. I was lane changing when a motorcyclist very aggressively lane changed and accelerated from behind the car behind me. Autopilot aborted, and the lane change was autopilot aborted the lane change, and it was right. Time to come back from sabbatical, Andre. Tojo is calling you. Great to have you back. No, it's not. Like, let the man have a vacation, man. He hasn't had a vacation in however long, and he told them he's taking 4 months. Let him enjoy it. Right. That's exactly what I was saying. Oh, she's asleep now. My wife is like, I made this bottle, and she's asleep. That's right, Luna. That's right. All right, so Fermi's Paradox says autopilot, not FSD at the time, likely prevented me from getting into an accident. Temporarily distracted by kids, and someone on a rural highway came to a complete stop with no warning. I might have hit them if AP had not been in use. I mean, I've got several cases where the collision warnings or the autopilot or anything has just saved me. A couple times, people making left turns in front of me at night in the rain, at stupid distances, and the car throws up the red hands, beep, beep, beep. I'm pushing the brake, but not pushing it far enough. Both the Model X and the Model S have both done this to me. They pull the brake pedal down further, like, hey, I see you trying to stop. You're not giving me enough stop to make this happen. And so they pull the pedal down further, and then they bring this to a stop before we have the collision with the numbnuts. And these systems are awesome. And I don't know where in the show we're going to do it, but this statistic came up that Tesla owners are 50% less likely to be involved in a crash than anyone else. And then we'll get into the details once I find the article with the statistics in it. Tesla Autopilot saves lives. Computer vision being put to its best use, improving roads safety, saving lives, both drivers and pedestrians. Incredible stuff. 25 emergency responders killed by human drivers. These people came to help others in need, and it cost them their lives. 60 last year. So that's 25 as of the end of last week. In 33 years, it's getting worse. In my opinion, Tesla Vision AI is our only hope. James, he's been on the show before. James is a record operator, so he knows what he's talking about. To experience an FSD life-saving moment, you'll be immediately sold on the importance of this mission. Happened to me when a tow truck drifted into my lane of travel, and my car took off like a rocket to escape. And this is one of those people who just doesn't get it. He says, or you could have a car from 2018 that's got the same or almost the same features. They may have the same features on paper, but they're not constantly being updated week after week, and they don't have the same level of control over the vehicle for the most part. Some of them do, like the Mobileye systems are really good, but a lot of them, like, we see the tests. I show you guys the crash tests and the evaluations week after week. They aren't really comparable other than on paper. I'm sorry I tilted you. I threw that trash on the floor and I had to pick it up. And I upset you. I'm sorry to upset you. Yeah. Okay. Um, this one was just interesting to me and doesn't really. Life finds a way, I guess. So, an ancient forest was found growing out of a giant sinkhole in China. The bottom of a 630-foot sinkhole in China lies a green surprise. Ancient forest of green trees stretching nearly 130 feet out of the depths. The unusual sinkhole was first discovered by cave explorers in China's southern uh, Guangxi region, which alerted scientists to their find. I mean, that's pretty cool. More music. This is cool. I mean, all right. So, Elon Musk and Alphabet, just a few investing $2 billion in carbon removal. Experts believe that to fully compensate for the damage to the planet, we need to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. Yeah. And even though Mr. Gates is anti-Tesla, he is also doing stuff like carbon capture and whatnot. So more people doing the right thing is all we need. All right. So I needed to keep Starlink up, but everything else I could close to get to this other page. We did the tank turn. Model Y mileage, Volkswagen production. All right, this is the page I need, but those are not the ones I need. Bear with me. Need to get. I guess by starting at the top, that should do the trick. Yep. All right. So, what is the article called again? Does the Tesla full self-driving approach have a seesaw problem? They're asking basically, is every other update good? And it might feel that way, but it's. It may feel that way, but it's not. It's not actually how it's going down. But it may seem that you get a good update, bad update, good update, bad update. And for me, they've been mostly getting better, and every now and then it takes a step back, and then it continues to get better again. Or at least not get worse. Some of mine have been like, I had 3 in a row that didn't feel any different. So to me on my road. Are you making more parents? So I think that's all I have to say about that. And it says Motor was milk wasted. Yeah, she was. She had a little bit, and she just passed out. Not enough to keep her down though. A lot of animal crashes here. Yeah, that's another key point right there. Is the autopilot system doesn't just avoid big game like or not say game, but just big animals like moose and bears and stuff. It also we've seen it stop and swerve for like ducks and uh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've seen it stop for like ducks and stuff like that, which is really cool. Coyotes. Yeah, you remember James. The sinkhole is journey into the center of the earth type of stuff. Yeah, kind of. Yes, good morning. Yeah, I got what you need. Baby, I got what you need. Would you like some milk? Yeah. Well, you can stop crying if you know that I know what you want. Do you want milk? Yes. Ah! It's just like, you said yes. We're done. All right, so China's plug-in car sales amazed despite the lockdown for April of 2022. 5 plugins managed to break the overall top 10 for the very first time. Let's take a look at this chart. So battery vehicles got 213,000 for a 22% share. Plugins are down to a 7% share, up 68%, or at 68,000, and total up 61% and 29% share. Not bad. So 1.09 million and 17% share for batteries, and 0.32 million and 5% share for plugins, for 1.4 million at 22% share market share. Not bad. So the lucky 5 include the Wulong Hong Kong Mini, which is impressive considering their drop for lack of parts. The BYD Song, number 3. The BYD Quin Plus at number 4. BYD Han at 8. And the BYD Dolphin at 10. 3 of these, they had to combine the plug-in and plug-in hybrid to get their numbers. Still not terrible. So overall, did they edge out Tesla? Oh no, these are just the Chinese brands. Okay, because usually it was the Wulong Gong Mini and then the Tesla. But I think this next report we see, the Tesla will be above them. All right, so the results year to date. Okay, maybe not. But maybe the quarter to date, the Tesla will be on top. So year to date, the Wulong Gong Mini, the BYD Song Pro and Pro Plus, the Tesla Model Y at number 3 at 75,000, the BYD Keen Plus, BYD Dolphin, BYD Han, the Li Zhang 1. Oh, so they're going with the E-Rev like Chevy versus plug-in hybrid like the others. The BYD Tang, the Cherry QQ Ice Cream. That sounds like a fun car to drive, the QQ Ice Cream, baby. And the Tesla Model 3 at 33,883. Wow. Dan says, I mean, the updates are sent out via humans, right? It wouldn't it mean it's not consistent like Seesaw? Depends on what they're fixing. Sometimes they fix some stuff and make other stuff not as good. Singing Bismarcky. Yes, I wanted to, but I didn't want his label to come after me. Plus, you guys probably didn't want to hear me try to sing. She's fine with it because she doesn't know any better, but you all do. Nice. So that is impressive. So then we were talking about people with long-range EVs, and I Love Piano Black showed off, well, let's start with this guy here. Tesla Miles showed off its Model S 85, like 85 rear-wheel drive, like original Model S, with 188,000 miles on it. And then I Love Piano Black, or I Like Piano Black, showed off his, or her, their Model 3 long-range dual motor with 300,000 miles.
Man, they must drive that thing all over.
Yes. It's got enhanced autopilot, an AP 2.5, and they're just rocking it.
300, man.
Yes.
They must just don't do nothing but drive all day. Yeah,
Right.
all over.
He says, you two should both be friends. Boom. I just ran a Carfax on the VIN shown. It shows no records for engine oil changes or transmission flushes. I doubt its authenticity. Oh, for one, not every dealer reports it, and 2, you definitely don't need oil changes on the EV, which is the joke. But oh, original battery. That's a fair question. How's it holding up? I've never seen somebody do a review on one with that many miles. The last one I saw was super high miles like that was the what was the taxi company called again? Tesla Loop. Tesla Loop, yeah. Long range, well done. Yeah. So then there was a video. I don't know if that was for me or for you guys about SpaceX's internet. So I'm guessing for me. Why would I put somebody else's video on here like that? Because that's a long video. moving on. New Mexico becomes the latest clean car state. Remember, I told you when Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware joined up. Well, now New Mexico is on board. So 15 states plus the DC have adopted clean car rules based on California emissions and fuel economy standards. Hot dog. Let's see if they have the list. Because every time one of these comes up, nobody ever has the list on it. And this continues that trend of not having the list on it. Here's some sad news right here. Come on. So the world's oceans are at their most acidic level in 26,000 years, says Climate Report. According to Reuters. This guy says seems bad. Yeah, very bad. There's F for respect, pay respect for all the species of ocean life except the ones that thrive in hot acid and carbon-soaked oceans that evolve in their wake. Yep. So here's a link to the Reuters article there. So you can read the details on it. And a report from China says that NIO is now hiring for manufacturing positions in the U.S. I have one share of NIO, so I'm a shareholder. Got to disclose that. I think it's one. It's very low. It's less than 5. Yeah, bring it on. Electrify all the things. And this is the other thing we keep saying is it's probably going to be Tesla and one or more of the startups that we have here already, plus the Chinese. It's not going to be the incumbents unless they get their unless they get their game together, start playing ball. The VW stands a chance if they keep it up. And in the crazy constituents pile, we've got the new North Carolina bill essentially prohibits state and local governments from providing free EV charging to the public unless they also provide free gas and diesel pumps to the public using public funds for EV charging, unless also giving gas or diesel, which is like insane. One, the amount of electricity that you get from these places while stopped is like a nickel to maybe $1 to $5. You have to be there for a long time to get $5. And they know it's impossible because you can't get cited for gas to install the pumps and the tanks. And somebody's going to probably do something stupid if you give them 5 cents worth of gasoline for free after they show up and do all their mess. It costs them more than that to get across the parking lot. All right, have a nice day. Some Bubba in a truck with his gun rack. He's gonna reach behind him, and it won't be a pretty day. And again, that goes back to the whole point of you gotta cite these things and install them correctly, and then you can't use them as a parking space. Like, so if you have somebody park their truck in the gas pump for the free 5 cents of gas or diesel, and then go into the store or the public office and do whatever, and they come back 30 minutes later, people are gonna be pissed because that 5 cents was done before they even were able to get out of the truck. So this is clearly lobbyists and people who think that other people are getting free stuff. And let's read what we can read of this thing before we get a little extra mad. All right, so H1049 of 2021 enacts GS 75-44 to require businesses where electric vehicle charging stations are provided to the public at no charge to disclose on every receipt to all customers the percentage of the customer's total purchase price that is the result of the business providing the charging stations at no charge. It's none of your daggone business. If I'm running a grocery store or a shop and I've got EV chargers out front, and I choose to do that, is none of your business. And it's going to vary. It's going to be up and down if anybody's charging or not. And if I got solar on it, if it's solar, then it's next to free. So enacts GS 136-18.02A to provide, or 02 alpha, I should say, to provide to prohibit the Department of Transportation from using public funds to provide electric vehicle charging stations on property owned or leased by the state, or to fund and install the stations on property owned or leased by a person or entity, unless the department or the person or entity provides gasoline and diesel fuel for motor vehicles through a pump to the public at no charge. Exceptions of stations at state-owned rest stops authorized. What? they want a full tank? Because we don't get a full charge at these level 2 stations most of the time. Your $100 to my $1 if I stay there a long time. It's just non-comparable. All right. Similarly, next GS 153 Alpha 460 concerning counties, and GS 160 Alpha 499.5 concerning cities, to prohibit cities and counties from using public funds to provide electric vehicle charging stations on property owned or leased by the county or city, or to fund install charging stations on property owned or leased by the person or entity, unless the county or city provides gasoline and diesel fuel for motor vehicles through a pump to the public at no charge. These people are so hateful and stupid. What do they think is happening here? Appropriates $50,000 from the general fund for the department for 2022 to 2023 for the removal of electric vehicle charging stations that conflict with the Act's provision. One, that's not enough money to remove them all, and two, how friggin' stupid can you people be? Directs the department
Exactly, man.
to develop a process to administer and distribute funds effective July of 2022. I hope this fails. If you live in North Carolina, vote against this crap. Sounds like the oil and gas industry is strong with whoever introduced this garbage. Yes, yes, indeed. Let's get that out there. Has this passed and will it become law, or is it just a stupid bill for them to waste time arguing about? I hope it's that one. Just a stupid bill introduced, thankfully. But it will make people talk and continue the anti-EV rhetoric. Yes, it will. EVs are better vehicles in many ways than ICE. We shouldn't need to subsidize everything about EV ownership. Okay, but they're still new. And if you have solar and have it set up such that it costs you nothing, then what's the problem? I'm fine with some subsidies until gas and that's the part right there. Like until gas and oil are no longer subsidized, then we can talk. But right now, gas and oil are subsidized to hell and back. If a local government wants to provide free charging but can't due to some backwards state law, then it doesn't make sense. Why do we need free EV charging in North Carolina? I've been charging in North Carolina for 6 years and paid every time. Okay. So because it was always bad doesn't mean it has to always be bad. Some places offer it as a perk or courtesy. This could make that impossible. Yes. Sounds like someone escaped New York or California wanting to change things. What? Actually, in intelligent states offer free charging installations actually encouraged, and there are tax benefits for it. That's the other part right there. Is like now, if there's federal money to be had for them spending a little bit of county or city money, they can't get that federal money because they can't. If this were to go through, then they can't get it because they can't meet the prerequisite of offering the free charging stations. And in other places, there's already conflicting laws that say they can't charge for the electricity, so the only way to do it is for free. Come on, people. Antediluvian thoughts to try to protect a dying industry. Exactly. It's not coming back. Look at Norway. It's done. Antediluvian is being too kind. Interesting. The North Carolina Gov is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist if you think that people are getting free tanks of gas. Or the equivalent of free tanks of gas, and they're not. Your state government obviously doesn't care about carbon emissions. If they care about them, vote it out. Yes, I agree. This part right here. Wait, no, I was looking at the sticker. How many grocery stores gave discounts at their gas stations? Why can't I get the same treatment with an EV? Especially on a private business. No free parking unless you also provide free bus fare. Nonsense. Although free bus fare is not a bad idea. There's also this. I mean, I wouldn't decline $200. North Carolina lawmakers propose a $200 gas tax refund for drivers. I mean, if I can get it too, yes, let's do it. But at the same time, as a non-gas driver, I'd understand if it didn't apply. But I would try. You ever cover the moon image that SpaceX captured? No, I didn't. Private parking limited to 3 hours. That's another part of it right there. Is like, you know, these are short stays. It's not like you're parking there forever. So they don't want businesses to provide incentives for people to spend money at that place of business. This will get in the way of capitalism, right? Yeah, that's a good point. If you own a business and you're giving away charging because it makes people stay another 10, 15 minutes at your store, you have damages done to you by the state, by this law. So you could sue. One man was fined £1,000 when charging for over 3 hours. Yeah, there was I remember that at the grocery store. He overstayed the 3 hour parking. It was posted, and he should have left, but he didn't, and he got his fine. Expect more of these. I'm expecting a full or de facto bans on EVs in at least 15 states in the next 4 years. This could be the beginning. I hope not. I can see them trying. I don't see it succeeding, but I can see them trying, especially if y'all don't get out and vote. At least you guys in the U.S. get out and vote, all of them. And they keep saying, "Oh well, what has it done for me?" Blah blah blah. If you don't vote, these people always vote, and we outnumber them. So all we got to do is vote. and it will take care of itself. But we all need to do it. We can't say, "Oh, it's not perfect," or we can't pull an Elon and say, "Oh, they made fun of me. I got to vote against them." You can pick an independent if you have to, but vote, all of them. And because if you don't, they will, and they are consistent. Right. So we talked about the $5 billion program. We talked about the first tranche of $500 million for EV buses. And then this page got frozen on me. There we go, from Drive Tesla Canada. So we were talking about how Rivian had the tank turn mode. Well, now for the production cars, they've issued a software update that introduces soft sand mode. So if you've got a Rivian and you like to, if your idea of an adventure vehicle, because remember, adventure vehicle is kind of a broad term, and they know that, and they're going for everybody. They're going for outdoorsy. They're going for people who just go on road trips, like you don't leave the pavement. That's an adventure too. So now they have soft sand mode for those of you that go to the beach or whatever trails you take have soft sand on them. The new mode will allow Rivian vehicles to optimize their traction and stability control in deep sand. Here's what it does in terms of settings changes. The driver's inputs are softened. The throttle mapping is tuned to initiate and maintain momentum over sand, allowing a gradual buildup of throttle at low speeds and a more aggressive, they use the word throttle, low speeds because they don't have throttle, they're electric. At low speeds and a more aggressive delivery at higher speeds. The softer regenerative braking is available to the driver to avoid digging into the surface. The suspension dampening and ride characteristics are tuned for driving over the rough, undulating surface of wind-blown sand at high speeds, soaking up ruts and holes. Oh, that's real awesome. As per the company, the mode will decrease the chances of getting stuck in deep sand. Soft sand mode is the 9th driving mode for Rivian, 4 for on-road, and now 5 for those looking to go off-road. The new mode will go live with the latest over-the-air update. Rivian does note that people should not use soft sand mode for most off-road terrains. Yeah, so it's on the tin. Use it for soft sand. It's made for really deep sand and dunes. And again, be careful out there. Like some dunes in some states are protected, like New York, New Jersey. So use it where appropriate, and don't drive where you shouldn't drive. I don't mean like no roads, but like places where it's prohibited because of protected species like sea turtles. Rivian does note that people should not. Okay, yeah. You can watch a video of the featured action below. Let's take a look. That looks like fun. Was that an R1S? It did not look like an R1T. Yeah, it's an R1S. Get it. So this one is FSD training, garbage in and garbage out. I didn't read the article. I might have pulled it up for later. All right, so I will read that later. And I'll refresh this because there we go. CATL will supply BMW with cylindrical battery cells beginning in 2025. If you remember, BMW was using pouch cells for the longest time. And so now they have joined Tesla, Rivian, and a few others on cylindrical cells. And they're coming from CATL. So they could be nickel or they could be lithium iron phosphate. Let's see if it says. Beginning in 2025, BMW was moving to cylindrical cells for the next line of vehicles. They believe the move to these new types of batteries will drop costs by as much as 30%. Yeah, because Tesla and all the others that are doing the cylindrical cells have made the market, it's a super commodity right there. Do it. BMW is not the first automaker to move to cylindrical cells. Tesla has long used cylindrical, like forever, like from the first Roadster prototype. The latest Tesla 4680 lithium ion batteries hold about 5 times as much energy as the previous generation. CATL and BMW working together for years. Not many people were surprised to hear the two companies struck this deal. So then we also hear earlier at the beginning of the show that CATL is looking at US-based plants and to supply BMW USA and other North American automakers. Because we also talked about how they were putting one in Texas, which, what automaker is there that uses cylindrical cells and lithium iron phosphates? How about Giga Texas? Dan says, this is crazy as hotels are doing this. I've done it in Austin before and decided to stay at a hotel next time the shopping in the area. Yeah, I've picked hotels based on charging numerous times. This can work in less than driving stable surfaces in sand. Yeah, absolutely. Assuming there's not another mode for it already. Rivian is good at social media advertising, and using an R1S to do that looks like the kinds of fun for kids to be part of. Absolutely. Muggy wet leaves. All right. After decades of studying and planning, Los Angeles County's transit agency has officially decided not to add traffic lanes to one of the region's most congested and most polluting freeways. So we were talking, was it last week or 2 weeks before, about how adding lanes just doesn't necessarily help with traffic, or if it does, it doesn't help for long, especially given the amount of time it takes to do the construction. And we were talking about, particularly, we used Texas's 20-lane wide areas as an example. And I can't say I disagree with them. I mean, it would work for a year to 5 years, and then it would be jammed up as it ever was. And if it was a matter of you have to add the construction on top of it instead of just going next to it, then you're going to gum it up even further by taking away lanes while you do the construction. So we talked about we read the Tesla tweets about navigation. And speaking of the Tesla tweets about navigation, here's how it appears in the car. So very cool. The nav will now warn you if you headed against the wind so that you can expect an increased energy usage. So not is the car using this information to plan your route and tell you what your arrival battery percentage will be. It'll tell you, just like it says, hey, warming up the battery for supercharging, or hey, stay below 65 miles an hour to reach your destination safely, or stay below 85 miles an hour to reach your destination safely, as the case may be. It'll tell you what you need to slow down for. So now it says right here on top, strong winds are forecasted from the south. So it knows you're driving into the wind, and it's taking that into account.
That's smart, man. Like people, that's some real technology right there. Like I love that. That's I can't,
And it goes all the way back
you
to
can't.
2012.
What's that?
It goes all the way back to 2012.
Yeah.
You have a car approaching 10 years old, or a car that is 10 years old, sorry. And it can do this. It didn't do that 10 years ago. That's incredible. Well, I guess once you get an update. So in your case, though, on 2013 with the MCU2, it definitely will do that. But
Right.
I don't know when you get your next update on MCU1.
You know.
But it'll be in there. Are you in submarine mode? Oh, because of the water in the picture. And yes, of course, I'm underwater now and still have cell reception. So these are the kind of things I like. Like you won't like on my Volt, they added a energy consumption meter, but to get that meter, you had to buy the next year car. It didn't come in an update, even though it was just software. And 2012 was tracking it. 2013 had it built in, and they're like, "Hey, you need to buy a new car." Why? Because we don't do software updates, even if you pay. All right, this isn't exactly related, so we'll skip it. This is directly related, so we'll go there. EV van startup, Electric Last Mile Solutions, warned investors on Friday that they will most likely run out of cash in June. Their stock symbol is ELMS. Hey, thanks for investing. We ran out of money. The company that, without obtaining additional financing, has sufficient cash to continue operations until June of 2022. We're actively pursuing potential sources of liquidity. Well, June is on Wednesday. That's true. June is on Wednesday. And he also points out that they are a SPAC. Yet another SPAC. Their stock is now at 66.5 cents and dropping. Oops. I wonder if they ran out of cash and ugly at the same time. For a corporate vehicle, it doesn't really matter if it's not attractive, and this isn't as ugly as we've seen. So, I mean, this would have been all right had they been able to keep it. Last mile cars cannot last for 8 hours or at least a shift. They are useless. Well, at least a shift plus the meal break, because you can charge on the meal break if they have planned their stuff correctly. Dan says, I spoke to a traffic analyst a few years back doing rideshare. It's the number of vehicles on the road that cause congestion. Exactly. Okay, so we talked about the China plug-in sales. Fire crews respond to a fire at Rivian's Normal, Illinois plant. We've seen several fires at the Toyota plant too, but the Tesla plant. This morning, crews responded to a battery fire that was this morning, May 28th. So yesterday, this morning. At Rivian's Normal, Illinois plant, as per local reporting in the Pentagraph, a battery pack caught fire after one of its cells overheated during testing. According to press release from the Normal Fire Department, Normal and Bloomington firefighters responded to a call at 10:38 this morning. When crews arrived, the battery pack was experiencing thermal runaway, even in a testing area on the southwest side of the building. Firefighters hooked up to existing water lines within the Rivian plant and doused the flames. They continued to pour water on the pack to ensure that the thermal pack would not relight. The exact cause of the fire is still unknown at the moment. However, the battery pack was under repair and undergoing testing when the thermal runaway started. As per fire officials, there were no vehicles, production equipment, or other battery packs affected. That's good. Sounds like they were following procedures. No one was hurt, and the fire department cleared the scene by 2 p.m. So 4 hours? That sounds about right. So they just set their dowels in the pack, which is fine. Rivian took possession of the battery once the thermal event was over for investigation and disassembly. Hopefully it doesn't light again. Rivian did not provide comment on the fire or what caused the fire at their plant. This is the third reported fire at Rivian's normal plant. As long as they root cause it and it doesn't happen again, and it doesn't affect a customer, I think they did the right thing there. Keep it up. All right, so then we get a tweet from Starlink. Before we get into the tweet from Starlink, Dan says, also drivers that are below the speed limit and the cascade effect doing 45 and 55, and subsequently every car that has to go slower. Not just them, but also the ones that cut people off and cause other people behind them to step on the brakes, which also cascades down the line. People who want to block other people from merging. Yes, it's going to be slower if you let them merge in, but it's going to be a lot faster than complete stopped as everybody wrestles to get into space. So, Starlink reports that our first 2 countries in Africa with Starlink regulatory approval. Starlink is now licensed in all 7 continents. They were approved recently by Nigeria and Mozambique. Check us out at starlink.com. And then there's an Elon tweet nearby this, as soon as I find it. John Volker found something funny. He says, yep, fully franchised third-party auto dealers are definitely on board with this whole EV thing. Lad Hanford Kia sponsored a Facebook post. Says, get free oil changes for 1 year and free state inspections for life with us. And they have a picture of an EV6, and they're advertising the EV6. And then Nikki points out that, I mean, it doesn't say which vehicle the oil changes relate to. And then Dennis says, so if you have a hybrid garage, it lowers the TCO for the fossil? And then Nikki says, I kind of like where this is going. Or kind of where I was going. And he says, this would have been useful for us some years ago, but with those of us with full electric ones, meh. And then Team Stevens says, if they were smart, they'd offer free lifetime changes. Big Three won't survive the EV transition until the dealership model changes drastically. This is true. Or maybe the car dealers offered oil changes for free because the dealer knows that oil changes won't be needed. I gave you something for free. I didn't say you could use it. Yeah, but Normal is the name of the city, Dan. It's not like they had a cool name for it. They just named it after the city. The Boring Company was a little more deliberate because it's what they do, and they wanted to make a funny name. All right, so the awesomely weird Alibaba electric vehicle find of the day or the week is a $500 3-wheeled electric motorcycle. Look at this. I don't know. I'd call that a motorcycle. It looks more like a scooter. I'm not going to disable my script blocker. Don't run scripts, and we'll be fine. Getting paid with Twitter Blue? Shit. No, pardon my language. May not have the fancy body work or. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how awesome it is, but I like that it's cheap. I'm gonna leave this up and find a way to disable that message. Here it is. I told you I'd find it. Tesla drivers are nearly 50% less likely to crash while driving their Tesla than any other vehicle they operate. Porsche drivers are 55% more likely to crash while driving their electric Porsche compared to other vehicle. Wow, I didn't see that part. I'm guessing maybe it's because there's more power on demand than even the gas Porsches. possibly, or maybe because the autopilot. Yeah. Add autopilot and then see the numbers go mind blowing. Saw my first in real life Taycan the other day, and at a light, and the driver hit the brakes and swerved, almost hitting somebody. So yeah, weird. It's a Porsche. They're renowned for being incredible driver cars, but you have to be a good driver to use them properly. Yeah, there's that part. With a Porsche, you like end up hitting a tree. All right, so let's get into the details here. All right, so it's coming from Cambridge Mobile Telematics, and the guy's right. It doesn't really say much. So let me give it to you, and you can pick it apart, or at least find their sources. Oh, here's something else I was already giving you. And
How do they come up with this kind of stuff? How do they figure this? Because
either they got permission to monitor these people, or some other method of collecting all this data, and then they just crunch it.
that's correct.
Go back to Rivian again. They're parting ways with their head of manufacturing, Charlie Mwangi. RJ Saran said in an internal email viewed by Bloomberg. So the reorganization calls for splitting the commercial business, which includes delivery vans made for Amazon, from the retail side of the company that produces the R1T and R1S. That I don't see anybody else doing their commercial and retail sales manufacturing separately. Like, because you got Ford Pro and you got all that, but like they sell them separately, but they don't make them separately. They come down the same line. They just come in work truck form instead of Lariat Pro whatever XLT form. What do you think about separating the R1T and getting rid of their head of production? It doesn't look good.
Right. Yeah. Why though? Why? I mean, why? Why do it?
Yeah. Especially right when you're getting ready to open another factory or two. All right.
But you got people are like different, I don't know. Why though? That just don't make no sense. Why would you want to do that for? Like, what's the point?
No clue on my end. Hopefully it's the right move for them. Hopefully they've thought this through and it makes sense. Because if not, then wow. All right, so Porsche Drive expands to Montreal. Rent a Taycan for $539 per day, or subscribe for $4,200 per month. That actually doesn't sound terrible. The $4,200 per month better be the full spec one, because I've seen what they charge, and that would actually be fair. But if it's the base model, they're taking you for a ride, literally and figuratively. Because the base model should be $2,000 or less per month. Yeah, I agree. I said it. You throwing up on me? You're just growling into my chest. Okay. In your sleep. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good way to kind of try it out before you drop the money down on it, especially if your dealer doesn't have any for test drive. The other cool part is like we saw with the Cadillac and whoever else did the other one, where you can just swap out vehicles month to month as you need. I like that part. But again, they better be full spec at $4,200 a month, or they can include insurance and fuel. I don't know how the electric part would work for that though. Okay, so there's a range. Daily rentals are also available, range from $319 for Macan to $539 for the 911 and Taycan on a 1 to 3 day rental. Rental periods of 4 days or more lowers the price, $469 for the Taycan. Okay. This is a good option, especially if you want a Porsche, but you don't need one all the time. BMW explains why the i7 and 7 series are nearly identical. Maybe the 7 in the name tells you where they're trying to target them both. Perhaps. I would think so. Let's see, where is this? Close that. Speaking of design, the i7 and 7 series falls in line with a design language inaugurated by the facelifted X7. Okay. He stopped short of saying that the strategy would permeate the rest of the range in the coming years, though we've seen it before. The iX3 sold the same in some global markets nearly identical to its X3, save for a handful of trim pieces inside and out. It just makes sense. So, I mean, I don't fault him for it. Tesla and other EV makers and international and environmental groups are lobbying for heavy-duty charging. Yeah, why not? I mean, everything comes on a truck, so might as well make it so that truck is electric and can charge. Right. Elon talking about satellite approvals. SpaceX talking about satellite approvals. Rivian Waypoint EV chargers are now operational on Lake Michigan shores. So these Rivian chargers, we've seen them before, but these ones don't look anywhere near as pretty as the ones they showed us. Look at the cables just dangling everywhere. So this part looks the same, and that part looks the same, but that cable management could use some work. But the important thing is that you can actually take your Rivian places. Yeah. Yeah. So these ones are open to everybody. The Rivian DC chargers are the ones that they may not open to the public. By the public, I mean non-Rivian vehicles. But this is cool. I mean, it's a good partnership. They provide the charger and the place, the park, the outdoor store, whatever. They get a free charger. Why not? Right? And China may be developing anti-satellite weapons for Starlink constellation. It's coming from Dry Test Canada here. Researchers in China are apparently developing ways to disable and potentially eliminate SpaceX's Starlink satellites. Good way to start a war there, guys. This is at least according to a defense paper that was published in the Modern Defense Technology Journal. Paper article argues that China needs to develop anti-satellite technology to deal with U.S. military threat from Starlink satellites. First step is for China to develop massive surveillance program to track and monitor the Starlink constellation. I mean, their positions are known. Then the People Liberation Army can develop a range of soft and hard kill methods to deal with the threat if necessary. They don't operate in China, so seems to be a little bit overkill. Unless they're planning to go on the offensive in a place that has Starlink, which is scary. In addition, to the Starlink constellation, China has concerns about Starlink satellites having U.S. military devices on board, which would be foolish of them to do because they're trying to get their worldwide operating license, and they're just missing the authoritarian regimes. So, China for one. They just got two countries in Africa. For instance, the U.S. Department of Defense and SpaceX already have a contract to build novel technologies to attach to Starlink satellites. Yeah, but these aren't production Starlink satellites; they're just tests. However, as was pointed out in the report, the issue with Starlink is not a single entity; it's thousands of satellites. Yep. Thus, these Chinese researchers need to figure out whether jamming or burning these satellites has any effect on the broader constellation. I think once they hit a couple hundred of them, they'll find something bad headed their way. Just saying. However, it is interesting that Chinese defense researchers are looking at civilian satellite constellation and considering its military importance. it's not really. I mean, they did the same thing when they banned the Teslas from their base. They thought that the 8 cameras were recording the bases and sending them back to Tesla, despite the fact that Tesla already operates there. I mean, you can already get another satellite service to get you real time, not to say real time, but regularly updated high resolution images of the planet. So I imagine it'll make things really tough for them if they decide to do anything with it, Dan, because that's an offensive move, even if they claim it's defense. So staying on SpaceX, let's look at Starship 24 is rolling out to the pad at Starbase, Texas. There she goes. And if you watch Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, you watch his latest interview with Elon, they go up on the launch tower, they look at the chopsticks, and they can see Starship 24 off very near to the structure. That's a good question. How fast does it travel? Super slow on self-leveling transport with added weights on to keep the center of mass very low. That's how they do it. All right, so we talked about NEO coming to the U.S. potentially. All right, so Elon's talking about Starlink again. Great potential to lift people out of poverty. Providing internet is teaching people to fish. One Starlink can provide internet for an entire school of hundreds of students. And then where I talked about where I was going to keep that other tab open, because Elon made that comment, but at the same time, Starlink for business. What did we say? An office of 20 people? Yeah. 20 users. And so Elon says hundreds of students. Unless they consider the office user to be more aggressive on their usage than a student, perhaps. Well, they can just deal with slower speeds, I suppose. They can share. Man a meme and he'll smile for a day. Teach a man a meme and he'll smile for life. Or they learn TikTok dances. Starlink's future impact on education and economic improvement is hugely underrated. Yeah, we saw that with the fire control systems for Ukraine using Starlink. That's like it's wide reaching. Most poor schools that cannot afford internet also cannot afford laptops or smartphones. Cheap internet is addressing one part of the problem. Yes, but if they need Starlink, that means that they are looking at thousands of dollars to get regular internet out their way, or regular satellite internet at hundreds of dollars per month. And I'm sure they can find a computer or two. But if somebody's donating them some Starlink service, they probably can also donate them a couple of Chromebooks or tablets or whatever it takes. See a problem in every solution kind of person, huh? Yes, exactly. People's actions create ripple effects, but in order for the ripple to occur, the first stone must be tossed. He's fixing what he knows he can deal with what he has as an internet space exploration company. Yes. Dan says it's not the military attaching software to Starlink; it's the ability for Starlink to be used in live battlefield situations, as Ukraine at the moment. Yes, but they have to be able to operate there, and they cannot operate in China right now. If you go into China, it cuts you off. You have the scariest dreams. And she's back to sleep. So, it makes no sense to use Starlink in a military capacity. Well, I wouldn't say that because Ukraine is doing it. But for us, I mean, they can get Starship. They can get SpaceX to launch them all kinds of satellites, and they already do. GPS-3, all kinds of secret missions they've already launched. I think they're fine in this country for for just keeping it to the military satellites. Have SpaceX launch those for them. The not so fun news: Tesla reduced the amount the order and the referrer receive for Solar Roof from $500 to $300. The solar panel reward remains the same at $300. So if you do referral using your Tesla referral code, mine is ts.la/Casey1109. And Marcus, you can put yours in the chat there or say it on screen if you got it.
I'll say it again.
Your referral code?
I don't really use it since, I mean,
It's not give you miles anymore.
yeah, I mean, everybody ain't just buying like that, you know. I mean, since they took that, man, it's like,
I
I
understand.
appreciate you though.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to get to it why, cause
They
I haven't
moved it, didn't
used
they?
it, man.
Yeah, they moved it.
Yeah.
So if you get somebody to buy a solar roof, they only give you $300 now instead of $500. But you each get $300. So if you buy your own solar roof using your own code, that would have been $1,000, and now it's $600. But if you get a fresh customer, then you can both still get $300. Same for panels. Not for cars right now because they stopped giving us any bonus for it, and they stopped giving their employees a bonus for it too.
Right.
Because their order books are full. So.
Was you able to get one of those roasters order?
No, I wasn't. I didn't even get any kind of
Man,
discount.
give me something like that.
Yeah. Starlink, like any business organization, will donate and discount things to school systems such as Alaska and Arizona during the pandemic. Exactly. SpaceX has been giving away so many of these for humanitarian reasons. It's incredible. $420, please. So we talked about Rivian doing an executive shuffle. Well, Lucid did the same thing. Lucid is getting rid of and moving some executives in charge of quality amid a difficult production ramp. On Tesla, lost the VP of blah blah blah. On Lucid and Rivian, they shuffle executives to improve blah 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 blah. This is true. Maybe they'll get a better hand this time. Every Lucid 22 air recalled due to wiring issues. That's not so good. But again, it's a recall. They did the right thing to do it, and this too shall pass. The Tesla team visited nickel plants in India. Negotiations are still ongoing. Was really one for me to read later. Strict unconventional cab under prototype designed to skirt trucking length. Trucking length laws returns to the United States. Restoration underway. Wow, that thing looks uncomfortable to drive. Interesting. I'd like to learn more about this. I'll read it later. It's an eerie feeling when you check up and write a check and blindly send it overseas. Not sure if this is going to come back. So this guy's writing about his experience buying this collector's piece. Oh, okay. So that would take care of the length laws for sure, because you're right up under the trailer. Okay. I guess it wouldn't be too cramped. It's just a lot lower than you're used to being in a truck. Oh, that view doesn't look fun. It's got a car wheel instead of a truck wheel. A truck engine. So this reminds me, the reason I even clicked on it when I saw the picture was it reminded me of the Volvo autonomous semi trucks that we saw. They're flat and low like this, but they didn't have a place for the driver in them. Oh, and if you guys want to read it too, it's an article on Hemmings, and here is the link. Right. So then we've got 2022.12.3.20 Tesla release notes, updated visualizations. This is a FSD beta release. So this is FSD beta 10.12.1 or 12.12.2. Yep, there it is, 12.12.2. 10.12.2, I should say. Includes more detailed vehicle models that have doors, windows, and wheels. The beta suspension explanation. So I realized if you have a cabin camera, you get 5 strikes. If you don't have a cabin camera, you get 3 strikes. I'm still finding a lot of people get striked out. I don't know how. That's the Sentry mode. It captures incredible footage of the Exbridge Ontario EF2 tornado and videos. Take a look here. So this is the carnage. There's a Tesla right there. The rain start. The wind kick up. Wrong structure is oh, that fence is gone. Wow. That car is gonna need some serious body work. Like even if it didn't get any dents, the paint and scratches is gonna probably need new glass. The Sentry mode alarm has gone off. Oof. I don't recommend being in your Tesla during a tornado. Get to proper shelter. But if you can't get to shelter, I imagine that being in the car might be safer than some other choices. I've always heard get in a ditch, but I don't know if that's if you have a car, if you get in a ditch or not. Incredible. And then there's the other side. So if you want to watch all these videos, here's a link in the chat. Oh, I never did send you the Hemmings article. There it is. Why didn't they just do this to begin with? This would have been so much quicker to have the combo video. Anyway. Giga Shanghai has sent the 4th ship to Europe after resuming production. We were talking about how last week they had done the first one, and then while we were doing the show, they did the second one. Now they're up to ship number 4 after being shut down for 3 weeks. Good stuff. So we talked about the. Okay, so Not a Tesla app is talking about 2022.16.0.3, and we talked about driver profiles, regenerative braking, navigation, energy improvement. But here's one that we didn't talk about yet. Tesla mic. Tesla mic performance has been improved, reducing latency for a more seamless karaoke experience. Um, Oh, and the regeneration and acceleration line has been thickened. Hopefully, the music player line has been thickened, but I haven't seen any indication that they did that. That little thin pencil. It looks like a border during the daytime. At night, you can tell what it is, but during the day, it's rough. Maryland has rolled out their digital driver's license on iPhone. Don't expect to use it at the bar quite yet. So many concerns and questions. So many #privacy. Thank goodness I waited until after I had coffee before sharing this one. What could possibly go wrong? Australia. Lack of a digital wallet standardization is almost harrowing. Yep. right, so let's click into this and see what's going on. So people in Maryland are supposed to hand a cop their unlocked phone. Yeah, nope, not going to happen. If it worked on the lock screen, I would be fine, but I'm not handing a cop my unlocked phone. No, no, no. I believe it's more like Apple Pay, where you can tap your phone and or watch, and it transacts with a secure reader on the other side. If that's true, that's fine, but I don't think it's going to work that way. All right, so it won't work at the bar. Mostly be used at security lines at BWI and DCA airports. So you can't even leave your, just like we saw with the other state that did this. I think it was Arizona or somebody like that. You can't use it in enough places to just leave your wallet at home. So it's a start. Dan said he gives new meaning to Storm Chaser for that last one. Humble Bundle has a cybersecurity bundle if that's something you're looking to break into. So pay what you want bundle. So if you want the trading, just get in there and just name off some random price and it's yours. Omar's blog is reporting a rash of thefts leaving Freightliner trucks inoperable coming from FreightWaves. This is the powertrain control module from one of the tractors. This one said, serves them right, you reap what you sow. Mercedes assumes a fake name to make off with DHL street scooter. I don't know what that was about. I think that was the same as when they rented a Model X from a private source and tore it down. I think we covered this one. Yep. But because all the vehicles were equipped with GPS, the post office quickly found out and oh wow. Daimler and Mercedes are really bad at this, man. They take all the people's stuff and just steal it and rip it apart. So they were on a trial, and they were going to take it to a lab and tear it apart. But the vehicle was recovered from the factory. I think I remember this one. Daimler didn't even apologize for claimed common. Oh, they claimed it was common procedure. Someone should send the news to Elon to add some redundant GPS for semi trucks, as the heist of Tesla semi might be in the minds of some automakers. Yeah, I believe so. Because they rented this Model X from a couple and ripped it to pieces and didn't even put it back together correctly. But I don't think that means their customers need to suffer from other people stealing their stuff. Rash apart thefts is leaving Freightliner trucks inoperable. Right in the middle of a shortage of goods shipped by truck and container ship. Not a good thing. So I wonder if the chips are like just not soldered in there correctly, or if people stealing them and put it in other trucks. The ripoffs are common powertrain control module 4 units relate to the ongoing shortage of microchips, harvesting and reprogramming the modules to allow them to work in other trucks. Okay, so they're still using them for trucks, but still stolen. The thefts of CPC modules is a crime that threatens the livelihood of customers and disrupts our dealers' operations. Yep. DTNA is undertaking anti-theft measures and will prevent the problem from going further by asking customers and dealers to report stolen CPCs to both local law enforcement and DTNA at 1-800-FTL-HELP, recommending all dealerships, customers, and repair facilities cross-reference vehicle identification numbers from CPCs bought in for installation against the company's database of CPCs to spot stolen or illicitly sold units. Yep. Providing tracking capability through DTNA service. Okay. So they're trying to help, but I don't think it'll be enough. People gonna steal stuff. Then this guy at Tesla Motors Club wrote himself a guide to the perfect safety score for the FSD Beta Q or Tesla insurance regions, whether you like it or not. And here's a link to that thread, so that if you are having trouble getting that perfect 100, maybe he can get you closer. I assume it's a he. It might not be. Does it say? It doesn't say. Where's the name? Either way. I haven't read it yet, but I will. I skimmed it. John Volker says it's balancing act simulation software. Read this, watch it. Hopefully interesting. The ingenious tool helps cities avoid NIMBY arguments over housing. So this is something we keep talking about here. Part of the reason that we have to drive so far is nobody wants anything in their backyard. And I think it'll be an interesting read. I haven't read it yet, but if John recommends it, I think it'll be a good read. So I will do that later. But you can do it later as well. GM will use NI System Link software in their battery engineering process. It's more of a press release than I thought it was. DC will soon charge owners of supersized trucks and SUVs for the extra damage they do to inflict on society. A groundbreaking model that other cities and states should study. A thread about CityLab. Basic physics shows that the heaviest, tallest SUVs and trucks are more likely to kill a person walking or biking. The vehicles are also among the most polluting. GMC Sierra gets just 14 miles per gallon. Picture from Reddit. So not just that, but also the fact that they can't see anything. Like this child would be done for if this wasn't a parked truck. Inexplicably, the NHTSA still hasn't added pedestrian crashworthiness to its crash test rating program, something Europe did 20 years ago. That's one that we always talk about, the autonomous systems passing or failing. With the feds sitting on their hands, it falls to states and cities to discourage people from buying these behemoths that are terrible for road safety as well as the planet. That's what DC Council member Mary Che is proposed. She wants to redo the DC vehicle registration fees, charging cars over 6,000 pounds, the heaviest prices models, $500 a year, or 7 times more than the modest sedans. Her modest proposal has sailed through DC's budget process. Over 5 years, the DC owner of F-250 or Hummer will pay up to $2,500, up from $775 now. A sedan only costs $360. You can't ban sales of these things, but you can make them pay their own way. Yep. What I asked on the thread for this is that the gross weight or the actual weight? It's like Model X, for instance, is right on the edge of that. If it's looking at the gross weight, it's over. It's at 6,200 pounds or something like that. But if they're looking at the actual weight, it's like 5,400, 5,500 pounds. So it's for the older ones like mine. I haven't looked at the refresh to see how heavy it is. DC's move won't ban huge SUVs and trucks, but it could make some buyers think twice. It'll also raise city money, an estimated $40 million over 5 years. My goodness. Especially as pedestrian deaths surge, every car buyer who decides against a huge SUV or truck is a societal win. This is groundbreaking in the USA, but Europe is already pushing back against truckload. Some national policies seem unlikely in the US, where federal government has ignored problems created by oversized vehicles. But DC is showing the city and state officials can take action themselves and should. I forgot to mention my favorite part of DC's new registration fee structure: electric vehicles get a 1,000 pound credit for reasonable battery weight. the goal is to preserve the incentive to go with smaller without slowing a shift to EVs. So the Model X would be fine with this 1,000 pound credit, but the Hummer would be nailed to the wall because the Hummer's got 9,000 pound weight just because. And because it is square and big and heavy, it has a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack and all the weight that goes with that. But that was it 2,000 or 3,000 pound battery pack is added to a 6,000 pound truck. So there's room for efficiency improvement. Let Monroe get a hold of that and show you guys how it's done, guys. That answers my question right there. All right, then I got another copy of that thread for some reason, but let me give a little heart to the EV part. And then we'll go on to JD Power. JD Power. Oh, where did I go? JD Power finds EV consideration is on the rise. We just showed you $7 and $6 and $4 gallon gas. Yeah, EV consideration's on the rise. Go figure. Not to mention that as soon as you sit in one and drive one, you're more likely to look at them anyway. Yeah, goes without saying. Tesla is delaying deliveries due to missing ECU charge port ECUs. So the charge port ECU allows you to do CCS, and it also opens and closes the charge port door, switches between DC and AC charging. Yeah, the charge port ECU is kind of important, and without it, you can't sell the car. So get on that. Yeah. So if you've been waiting on a car that's supposedly arrived at your service center, now you know why.
So let me ask you. So are they? This is the first time I saw this one here. I missed this one.
Yeah.
Are they putting it on after the fact or what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
But that's. Yeah.
Well, they don't have room to store them at the factory or the delivery center or the distribution hub. So they get to the service center and they just wait for the chips.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because you can't sell the car missing this critical part like you can with the front USB ports, but you can't just clog up the shop. So I think it's the right move. Hopefully they distribute them in a reasonable fashion. Okay, so that's about the shooting. And so that's not for the show. This one is tangentially related, but I didn't read it yet. I wanted to read it, and I will. So it's kind of a story of unions, kind of a story of cars, because it involves Ford. So it's called The Battle of the Overpass. There's a link to it. Let's compare notes after I read it. There's a Wikipedia article about it as well. I'm going to skip it. Leave that open, though. We'll go back to this. So Power Electronics to add new V2G capability, so vehicle to grid, to its bidirectional chargers. Not a bad idea. So this is more of a press release as well, but if you're in a position to add DC fast chargers and this is one on your list, consider the fact that the new V could offer vehicle to grid, which could potentially get you a little bit of money back out of your investment by allowing you to sell electricity to the grid. Let's go back to more electric fire trucks. We talked about the one in LA. Now the Rev Fire Group unveils their first electric fire truck. Not bad. Sports a 316 kilowatt hour battery pack. Designed with the same components used in diesel-driven fire apparatus, which means it'll be stuff that they already know how to work on, stuff they're already familiar with using, but it also means there'll be efficiency improvements to be had on the next model by making them electric first. Not a bad-looking truck either. All right, those are direct messages. Here's a message from Rivian. The new way to reserve a Rivian. Play with ideas, make a reservation, and then when the time comes, configure your real-life vehicle with the latest available options. Learn more at rivian.co/reserve. So what happened here is they're pulling the same thing that Tesla did. They don't want to lock you into a price, and they don't even want to lock you into what's available to get on the truck. So they want you to get in line, and then when your time comes, then you can configure your truck for real. So let's take a look at the new reservation page. Those of you that are familiar with the old one, not me, can compare and contrast. So you can reserve a Rivian, get behind the wheel, play, make a reservation. Let's reserve an R1S. Due today, 1,000. Deliveries are expected to begin in late 2023. Well, I don't want to do that. So it's vastly different from where it was. Oh wow, it opened in a new page, so you didn't even see what I saw. There. Yeah, so it says start your reservation, and then there's a scroller that you just give them money. Tesla has increased the price of the Bluetooth tire pressure monitoring system in their online shop. The TPMS sensors are now going by 25% more. So if you get new wheels and tires, your fee for sensors has gone up. Record 2021 revenues bumped Tesla up 35 places on the Fortune 500 list. It jumped from spot 100 to 65 after its profits went up more than 600% last year. See, there's a chart on here. Here, what am I looking at? All right, so yeah, so let's see the chart on here. There's not, but that is good news for Tesla. This one, you got mixed reviews. Tesla has delivered megapacks to the new Bitcoin mining facility in Texas, and it should help Bitcoin be less bad for the environment. That could also be used for other stuff, like other places could use megapacks, and other places could use that electricity. However, for the facilities that are running their rigs on flare gas, it means that they can run at 100% more of the time. Hopefully, when they aren't running, they are flaring the gas rather than just releasing it into the atmosphere, like during maintenance or low consumption times. But the megapacks are good at that sort of energy arbitrage. So it also allows green power, like because not green, but like clean power, because if the flare gas is low and you still need the power, now you can buffer it through the battery and still use what's in the battery already. The idea is to build 30 pentahashes per second open source Bitcoin mining facility powered by a 3.8 megawatt hour solar farm and 12 megawatt hour megapacks provided by Tesla. So this one isn't even the one using the flare gas. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of money in Bitcoin, so they can afford them some megapacks. So regardless of how you feel about it, it could be better. And they're working on making it better. It's great there's such a giant surplus of batteries. It makes sense to use them for Bitcoin mining. Mission accomplished. This will sell to anyone with demand. If a corrupt utility has refused to invest in renewable energy, production of battery storage isn't Tesla's fault. It's for Tesla selling cars. They have different constraints like chips and different battery chemistry. Yep. Plus Tesla's ramping up in Berlin and Austin soon. Somebody who gets it. It's a mixed bag. At least they're going green on it, but like all the other people are saying, it could be better. All right, so we talked about Menlo Park. Did we? Was Menlo Park the one with the? No, maybe. Oh, Model Y police cruisers. Oh, this is San Francisco. We were talking about one up in like New York before, right? So Menlo Park in San Francisco's Bay Area took delivery of 3 brand new Model Y cruisers this week. They approved the purchase in October, picking up. Wow, it even took the police department a year to get their cars. Picking up Tesla's SUV for its size, range, and purchase price against other EVs like XC40 Recharge, Ford Mach-E, and the VW ID4. Yeah, the ID4 would not make a great interceptor. The Mach-E, yeah. The Volvo 40, no. So you really only had 2 choices. Model Ys are part of a 1-year pilot program to test how they perform as patrol vehicles and are the department's first electric cruisers. Wow. Eventually, the city hopes to have the entire fleet be electric by 2030. There you go. Before the Model Ys can be put into service, the cars need to be retrofitted to add police equipment, including ballistic shielding, something that's not required on their gas-powered cruisers. Really? Why? Why is that? Police Chief Norris explained this is because the officers are trained to stay behind the engine block, which is involved when involved in a gunfight, which is something that Teslas obviously do not have. Fair enough. And the motors are tiny, so you can't get behind the wheel and the motor and just like hope it works out. We need to bring these vehicles and get them to ballistic shielding so there's a level of protection that we know we can tactically get behind that vehicle in a certain way. Okay, I'll give you that. So there's a link I can't actually open. It's blocked by my antivirus. You didn't want the picture. Changes in driver behavior related to EVs, related to Tesla and other EVs. The study suggests that owners are much less likely to crash their Tesla than other cars, but much more likely to crash their Porsche. Okay, so that's just another way to state that other article that we talked about. Volkswagen Aero B Estate is to be named the ID7 Tourer. I think that's a better name because it gives you the ID family, like ID Buzz, ID4, ID3, and the ID7 tells you where it should be in the line. Because Aero B Estate, that's not a very helpful name. And that's coming from the patent office. That's a beautiful little concept car, and I think that given the rest of the ID line, it'll actually end up looking somewhat similar to this. It'll probably have more normal size wheels, and it'll probably have regular mirrors. Neato. I'm slowing down. I got a headache. Let me check the sugar again. Tesla applies for more land to expand the Giga Berlin plant. So this goes with what we were discussing earlier, where all the existing Tesla factories are being expanded in some way, being worked harder, growing, doubling shifts. And Berlin is running 2 shifts officially, but we talked about that already. Faraday Future only has 401 pre-orders for its FF91 flagship. I don't know if you can call it the flagship if it's their only car. But I mean, I don't want them to fail, but man, they've looked sketch since day one. And their pre-orders, their free pre-orders, and they're bragging about how many free pre-orders they got was weird. So Lucid has 30,000 reservations for their Air, and Rivian has 90,000 pre-orders for the R1T and R1F. Plus however many 100,000 Amazon vans they're on the hook for. And FF91 previously claimed to hold 14,000 reservations of the free type. I think I've got a free reservation in on the FF91 as well, but I didn't expect it to actually make it, so I don't think they're going to call me on it. Oh, they announced they have an FF81. Start of production is expected in 2024. How about you build the first one before you make the second one? Right? Well, that FF81 might actually have more tech than the FF91 because it's if starting today. If either of them make it's starting today versus on what 6-year-old tech. That FF91 was announced a long time ago. Tesla is being sued for defective door handle design that killed the Model S owner in Florida. Family of Dr. Omar Anwan is suing Tesla, claiming that the Model S has a defective design that prevented firefighters from rescuing him after a fiery crash in Florida. Firefighters have a tool to bust the windows. They have an axe to bust the windows. They have. I think this one was in a bed of rocks. They've got rocks they can throw at the window. This is a Model Y. It says it was a Model S. Those are not Model S wheels, are they? They could be the like my Sonic Carbons, whatever the silver ones of those are called. Anyway, they failed to self-present. The handles the fire. If they fail to self-present, the firefighters are trained to break the window and use the mechanical release inside the door. So what's the problem? It's there. It's on a cable. You pull it a little further than normal, and it'll open the door. On Smoke, it's got the Model 3 secondary release, and on your 13, you just pull it real far, and it'll pull the mechanical release.
Right.
Let the door.
Right. Right. Wow.
Police. This is the one I was complaining about, where the police let the old man die, isn't it? A police report from the incident says police officer and other bystanders attempted to rescue and one from the vehicle, but the door handles did not self-present. Door handles are designed to self-present in minor to moderate accidents, unless power to the vehicle has been cut off. The police report says they were unable to break the window. I think if this is the one I think it is, they didn't even try. A police spokesperson told NBC South Florida that the flames were too strong and too big at that point. It sounds like the one where they let the old man die. Fire was too hot to smash the windows, then I assume it would have been too hot to open the doors as well. Thank you. And that would mean the driver was already having his last barbecue. Also true, but very insensitive. Goodness. So the Volkswagen i4 GTX completes the first world record-setting climb at 19,000 feet up a volcano. Do some moderation real quick here. And so EVs don't need to breathe. So, I mean, it's kind of good that they did this, but it's not like when a gas car climbs a mountain, it's like, ooh, it didn't break down because it couldn't breathe. It's like the EV wasn't breathing anyway. So, but they set a world record. It's a Guinness record for the highest altitude achieved by an all-electric passenger vehicle. Forgive me for not being impressed. I mean, it's a design feature of the car. I mean, it's great that they did the trick, and it's kind of cool, but sorry, it's they can all do it. I don't. Sandy Monroe removed the frunk from his Rivian R1T. And British Volt has acquired a German battery cell manufacturer, EAS. Georgia gives U.S. solar panel manufacturing a big boost with a new factory. Now, if only they can get around the lawsuit that we talked about last week. $171 million expansion of Q-Cell's existing solar module. Q-Cell is actually pretty popular right now, too. Solar module manufacturing plant in Dalton will create 470 additional jobs that local Q-Cell employees will exceed 1,000 when the expansion is complete. That's good. groundbreaking is planned for fall of 2022, and operation is expected to commence within the first half of 2023. Wow. It's fast. The new facility will be produce 1.4 gigawatts of solar modules per year, made using the Q-Cell's next-gen PV cells, a high-efficiency tunnel oxide passivated contact technology, better known as TOPCon. Combined with the existing 1.7 gigawatt factory, the expansion will bring Q-Cell's total capacity in the U.S. to 3.1 gigawatts. That's equivalent to 1/3 of the country's solar module manufacturing capacity. Wow. Good stuff. I want more solar. All right, so that's good stuff there. Got more from Not a Tesla app. So still planning to add additional FSD beta testers with 10.12.2. We'll see. I don't even have it, and I am a tester. Tesla owners have opted in. The safety score have been eagerly awaiting the expansion. Yes, we have. But why did I click on this? Said something about the trunk. Oh, because I was on the wrong article. Tesla update 2022.16.0.2 includes a fix for the power trunk issues, which users have reported that their power trunk stops before closing all the way. Similar to the pinch sensor feature in the power windows, the trunk's issue appears to be related to the trunk detecting an object in its path and stopping closing prematurely. Okay, so it's just a sensor issue. So in this case, the EV is like Data in Star Trek, needs no air to operate. Exactly. I don't want to say no air, but the altitude doesn't affect it because it still has radiators. And if you put it in a vacuum, then the fluids will start to boil, and you don't want your fluids to boil in your system. We talked about the Revel taxi crash, and we looked at the video. Here's yet another angle of it, and be responsible. I mean, these are fast, fun cars, but take it to the track. You don't need to be doing this down downtown street. Another angle of it. So it's after they cut the door to get the person out. There's all the parts that left in the streets. And there's the tow truck angle again. And the video. And another angle in the street. SpaceX is now adding over 1,600 new Starlink users per day, and that rate is rapidly increasing. They had 250,000 users in mid-February 2022. At this rate, Starlink could have 1.1 million monthly users by the end of 2022, generating 1.5 billion in annualized revenue. So this is how Elon said that they were going to pay for Starship with Starlink. Starlink with Starship. The other way around. Because if you're bringing in $1.5 billion and you get your costs underway, there you go, you got it. So Starlink now has over 400,000 subscribers, according to new FCC filing. Starlink's monthly subs now generate $44 million in revenue per month. This was on May 25th, and they'll connect even more people and places with its next generation user terminals. Well, the next generation satellites might come out before the next generation terminals, according to Elon's interview with. Was it an interview or was it a tweet? Either way, he was talking to Tim Dodd. Something doesn't add up here. 50,000 a month would be 350,000 more users by the end of 2022 for 750 total at the current rate. I think they'll break 1 million users this year. I'm a little unclear on where the round dishy and rectangle dishy, so the dishy and squishy, can be used and how that affects ramp. I take into account rapid rate increases, not it staying stagnant. I assume that double output from here pretty soon. Wait a second. If 10,000 terminals support 150,000 Ukrainians, we can't assume that 400,000 users are paying, because that math tells me that many can share the signal from single. This is true. They can. You just got to share the password with people, and then suffer the speed decrease. What we need to know is how many dishes are being used, not total Starlink users.
Right.
And this points out that Ukraine is a unique situation. Yeah. Deposit due today 99. Service 110 a month. Estimated tax 48.83. Shipping handling 50. Hardware 599. To New Hope, Minnesota. Seems pretty expensive for my area. Yeah. Remember, this is for rural guys. If you're looking at having to get your own fiber cable or DSL line run from the central office or the nearest hub, or looking at regular satellite for the same or more prices with less performance, this is a good deal. If, like me, you've got fiber available, then it's not a good deal. It's not meant for you. But I'd already ordered it before all of this, and I wanted to try it out for you guys, so I kept it. Yeah. So Dan says in this case, okay, solar panel plant is a huge win for the green economy. The green economy for a state as politically mixed as Georgia. Picking smaller towns also brings more jobs, less commute, and less ice pollution, etc. I agree. And he says that Rebel driver was so reckless. Absolutely. I hope that, that whatever happens, that they've learned their lesson, and maybe they get a couple points on their license or get themselves a little timeout. Let's see. Coming from Drive Tesla Canada. Speaking of crashes, this is the former Pittsburgh Penguin star, Mr. Yeager, 68 Yeager, was involved in a crash with a tram. So he got hit by a train in Prague in his Kia EV6. I noticed the tram half meter in front of me at the last minute. I thought it was my end. Oh, he thought he was going to die. He walked away uninjured. These EVs are heavy. So that's the EV6 took a train to the door, and he came out all right. That is impressive. Yeah, I'm done with fossils. Everything I have is going to be a battery or some other.
Was that in Canada?
Yes. That's incredible. So thank you to Drive Tesla Canada on that one. All right, so we were talking about Giga Shanghai having a second shift. Giga Shanghai's second shift workers are to be housed in campsites and vacant factories to keep them in that closed loop. Because if nobody leaves the loop, then you don't have to do quarantining, you don't have to do as much of the distancing, etc. Dance of the Dishy and Squishy show. Out of context, that doesn't sound nice. All right, so multiple logins for title. Yes. First look at the Rivian R1S. Okay, that was for me. Menlo Park. Yeah, we talked about them. So here's another shuffle. This one's not a shuffle of executives. It's a shuffle of Renault is going to split their EV from their combustion unit and seeks partnerships. So all the group that were under Carlos Ghosn, they seem to be kind of stepping back on their EV commitments. So what looks like is going to happen here is Renault is going to get their EVs separate from their gas, and then as gas is made illegal in Europe, they'll just take a loss on it. But they don't want to tie the two together. The group has already received partnership demands for its internal combustion engine unit. Yeah, just get rid of that dead asset and give it to other people. So Paris has received several partnership proposals for their combustion engine unit, and it plans to create alongside one dedicated to electric vehicles and software. That's the future. It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt in the short run, but in the long run, that electric vehicle side is going to take off. And I mean, you've been making cars for decades, and you know how to do it. Just get rid of the combustion. Make it somebody else's problem.
I agree.
Yeah, a smart move on their part. So by bringing in partners, yeah, that's the other part. So anybody who still needs to satisfy those customers, they can all do it together, and they can all just keep dumping in their fossils into there and going EV. Same thing I think that Ford is doing with Ford Blue and Ford Model E. The Model E is going to survive, and Ford Blue is going to just find itself in the dustbin. All right, so we talked about the BYD seal. This one wasn't exactly related, but it is kind of climate changey. And next, it reports the world has about 10 weeks of wheat supplies stored, and we currently have 10 weeks of global consumption sitting in inventory around the world. So we have, what's that, 20, or unless they're quoting, then it's only 10 weeks, but if they're not quoting it, then it's 20 weeks of wheat, and we're done. There is more wheat coming from Ukraine, but Russia stole it. So we'll see what becomes of that. Yes, sweetie, what? Bad dreams again? It's okay. He's headbutting me. Conditions are worse than what was experienced in 2007 to 2008. Crisis began a long time ago, was aggravated by the war in Ukraine and India's ban on exporting wheat. India was hoping to export their wheat with the lack of Ukrainian wheat, but then they had record heat, and they're trying to save what's left of their crop for their own people. And I don't blame them for that, but it does make things harder for the rest of the world. Let's see. Russia called lifting of sanctions a condition for unblocking an export of Ukrainian grain and other food. So if we give Russia what they want, they'll stop holding the Ukrainian grain hostage. Yeah, don't give Russia anything they want. Moving on, because that gets real political from there. We talked about Renault. We talked about how SpaceX has 400,000 subscribers worldwide. That's IKEA, but not the IKEA Solar. We talked about IKEA Solar last week, didn't we? We talked about Tesla expanding Giga Berlin, but we got some pictures about it. So Tesla wants to, they're here right now for Gigafactory, and they want to also be here, which makes sense. They're going to add 247 acres. This one was fun for me and my wife because she's Thai. Tesla's preparing to enter Thailand market with its EVs, batteries, and solar. This we talked about last year. The Thai police, they've got a bunch of Model 3 performances, so now they won't be gray market cars. They'll be official cars. Well, they might still be gray market cars, but they could do it again with real official cars. So that's good news for Thailand. They're coming registered on 425, and the first name is David Joe Feinstein, Global Director of Trade Market Access at Tesla. Was appointed to Tesla Director of India in January of 2021. Well, they weren't able to get India, but they did get Thailand. Look at that. I bet you they sell more electric cars in Thailand too than in India. I'll have to look it up, but I don't have time to do it right now. Oh wait, that was for me. Apple did a anti-union video. But this is the one I meant to click on. SpaceX has now launched 2,500 first-gen satellites, Starlink satellites, according to the new FCC filing. And can't wait to see Gen 2. Yeah. Is the one with Space Laser Gen 2? No. It's 1.5. Yep. Gen 2 is bigger. You need Starship for Gen 2 to work because there's no space in the current system to launch Gen 2. So after we get the first test of Starlink in August, we'll probably see them push to put Starlink up on Starship. I'm assuming they probably have enough to do a launch or two already, or at least testing a launch or two. Intertech expands service offerings at North American EV Testing Lab. Quality total assurance provider for multiple firms. It's kind of more of another press release, but being able to test an EV before you sell it is a good thing. And Charge EVs is reporting that over 300 battery gigafactories are in the global pipeline. And how many did Elon say we needed? 500, right? Something like that?
Something like that, yeah. I
Yeah.
think it was like, 5. Yeah.
So we need 200 more gigafactories planned than we have, and we'll be good. So this is always fun right here. The Iconic double-decker buses being built by Switch Mobility are going to power 12 Metro City electric buses to London's Tower Transit. Look at that. Boom, baby. See if they get any stats on these things. Nope. No stats. Just how many of them and where. Like a more of an investor-y thingy. Nano One buys one of the only lithium iron phosphate battery production facilities in North America. Here's what we know about the Tesla Model Y fire in Vancouver so far. Not much more than we knew last week, other than it happened so fast that the guy didn't realize that he could have used his emergency release. Like he just forgot and flipped out. He tells us that the Model Y was about 1 year old and had no previous history of mechanical issues. The only service visit he had in that year was about 6 months ago when Tesla fixed an issue with water ingress in his trunk. Some people asked him about aftermarket equipment, and that was not answered. On the day of the incident, he said the Model Y was charged at 80%, leaving it plugged into the wall connector overnight. According to him, he lowered the amperage on the wall connector to 39 amps. After leaving the condo, he drove about 2 blocks and was approaching a stoplight when he activated his left turn signal and heard what sounded like the car shifting into park. He tells us the 15-inch center display did not black out, but froze, and moments later, smoke started coming out of the driver's side vent. It was at this time he tried to open the door and window, both of which failed to respond. With both of these options not working, he pulled out his mobile phone and tried to open the trunk, which also didn't work. And despite online criticism that he should have been aware of the manual release of the door, he says he did in fact know about it, but in the heat of the moment, he forgot about it. With more smoke entering the cabin, he resorted to kicking out the driver's windows to escape the car. Glad he got out safely. I'm curious what happened. I really doubt that it was battery fire when you consider like where the flames were on the vehicle. Although I also wonder what kind of aftermarket things he could have had that could have caused the battery to be on fire there. He's been in touch with Tesla and has been told the incident has been sent to their engineering department, who will be reviewing the vehicle's logs to try and determine a possible cause. With a few days to think about the incident and what happened, he's thankful he was alone in the car and wants everyone to know about the manual door releases so they know what to do if they're faced with a similar situation. Front doors have a manual release near the window controls, while the rear doors have a manual release in the door pocket. So on the Model Y, I made a video on it. There's a little rubber cover here, and then there's a door here. So what you might want to do is, in the door pockets, place something that can hook that door open, and then can hook the cable so you can pull on it. Supposedly, the new Model 3s have this same door under a cover in them, but every Model 3 that I know of, that I've been in, has had no access to this except for Brian at I Want Tesla, where he made the modification to add this to his Model 3. Basically, you either drill a hole or you take the door panel off and you make a hole so you can reach the cable. And it's been in there since 2017, but allegedly the new ones have the panel already there, so you can just do like the Model Ys and just leave a pry tool and hook to take care of that. On Model X, you remove the rear speaker and then pull the cable and push the door up with 2 hands. Don't use 1 hand like I did. That will just blow your shoulder out for over a year in my case. And the Model S's, every Model S, in the carpet, you got the flat part of the floor, and then you've got where it kind of comes up to be the bottom of the seat that's still carpeted. if you stick your finger coming in from the door, right side or left side, coming in from the door along the edge, you'll find a break in the carpet, and you'll find a pull loop inside that little pocket in the carpet. You pull that pull loop, and it will push allow you to push the rear doors open manually. I think that's the best approach because you don't have to take the car apart, and it's just a simple pull. So allegedly, if the Model 3 really does have this solution implemented like the Model Y, then every Tesla has a manual release on all 4 doors. The hatch on the S, X, and Y is similar to other people's power hatches, where you can pull down a panel and then you can pull the cable there. But hopefully, if you find your car is on fire, you are in the seats and you can just use these other methods to get out. Hopefully, you're not in the hatch like during car camping or something. But again, you can still reach the doors. So here's a 12-minute video of what happened, but I think it started after the car was already on fire. But as you can see, the fire is at the top of the car and not coming from underneath. So something in the cabin or in the firewall, behind the firewall, like maybe the radiator, the air conditioner, the computer, something like that could have caught fire. Why are you complaining that the straps are unlocked? You're the one who leaned over to the side and was complaining the straps were tight. Life is reporting on the 50% figure. All right, so more about the automatic exit removal in Europe. Giga Berlin expansion. So back onto digital licenses. Ars Technica is reporting that the tough to forge digital driver's license is easy to forge. That's not good. I haven't read the article, but ours isn't huge on clickbait. So here's the article so we can all read it together. Robert says, did you see the fire with the buses? Yes, I saw a couple of the EV and propane bus fires, and one week's on fire, but they were all next to each other. Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, with EVs, you gotta when they get on fire, you gotta handle them carefully in the after crash situation. Why are you headbutting me, child? You're not even awake. Hey, hey, wake up. Yeah, you having a bad dream? You look so sad. You got a lip poked way out there. Would you like some milk in your dreams? All right, open your eyes. Don't choke. So yes, milk was the answer. All right, let my hand go. I need the mouse. All right, so yeah, there's the article on the easy to forge driver's license, and I will come back to that later. Tesla launching in Thailand. I don't know what that was for, so we'll skip it. I'll read it later, and if it's relevant, I'll bring it back next week. So this one was cool to me. Kia has sold their 10 millionth vehicle. It is this runway red EV6. Let's take a look over at Inside EVs. So their 10 millionth vehicle, it's an EV. It's the right way to go, guys. Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where did they sell it at? Portland, Oregon. It began selling the Sophia sedan and Sportage SUV. Today announced the sale of its 10 millionth vehicle in the US. The EV6 finished in bright runway red. Tell us more. I guess it's a puff piece. But yeah, it's good news. Starlink over 400,000 subscribers coming from PC World. And Sawyer Merritt. Lucid issues its second recall. the glass cockpit instrument panel harness. That's not good. Rumors making the adjustments to the air sedan glass canopy now appear to be true. Okay. They'll fix it. That's the point of the recall. Atlanta CEO raises the possibility of EV battery and raw material shortage. Duh. I mean, Tesla, VW, Ford, GM, everybody's been screaming this from the rooftops for over a year now. Welcome to the party. Giga Shanghai is now fully operational, according to Trip Chowdhury of Global Equities Research. Factory still in closed loop and producing about 2,600 units per day. Not bad. Side note, I would take this with a grain of salt as it's one of two. Unclear if Trip is going off on already public reports or some insider information. Troy Tesla, the guy who does a really good job of tracking all the Tesla construction and sales, says it's unlikely that 2,600 is correct. Before the lockdown, production was at 2,271 per day on average. 2,600 is what they plan to achieve after production line upgrade in July. So it's unlikely that all 19,000 employees are now in closed loop. They had 8,000 2 days ago. And that's what I was saying earlier about it being a choice. You don't have to go into the closed loop if you don't want to. If you want to stay home and be hungry, that's an option. So salty. I recognize that was Pee Wee Herman. CJ Moore, the former Tesla Autopilot director who joined Apple's car project as director, has already left. He's headed to Luminar, according to Bloomberg. That was fast. So we saw the Kia EV6 take a train and get its 10 millionth sale. Let's take a look at its crash test. So it achieves a 5-star crash test rating from Euro NCAP, and the results are comparable with previously tested Hyundai Ioniq 5, which makes sense since they share a frame. So you got a front mobile deformable barrier. It's looking good so far. Wow. Look at how much compression you can get when you have no stuff up front. Side impact, that's the same one where the train hit it, right? Except that his was all in one door. Good burp. All right, all right. I was wanted vomit on my shirt. Oh, it got in your nose. Ew. Come here, come here. Don't breathe it. You're good now. Okay, so there's the side pull test. Let's see how. Okay, good, good. Minimal intrusion into the cabin. Although the door looks like a taco. Look at that. The good thing is it didn't get into the cabin. Here's the seat. Okay. Child occupant was 86. Front occupant was 90. Same test looking at the kid in the car seat and the small kid. The pedestrian VRUs, so bikes and pedestrians. 64% could be better. But at least they don't go under like that truck we looked at earlier in DC. Yeah, so they went kind of just flat rather than going up over the car. You want them to go over the car. All right, automatic pedestrian. All right, it didn't hit the pedestrian. Ooh, that was close. They got it. Whoa, phenomenal. Bang. That was close. That one didn't knock the biker over. Safety assist. Good. Good. Oh, that's good. Lane keep assist. Road edge detection. Not so good there. All right. Good job. Okay. So I feel better about recommending the EV6 to people now that I've seen how it crashes. All right, another one about the Revel. Brooks from Drag Times took the Plaid against a Ferrari F8 Tributo and twin turbo Audi R8. Cool. California DMV revokes Pony.ai's permit to test autonomous vehicles with a safety driver. Wow, what did you do to do that? I mean, because with the safety driver means that they probably really screwed up. Let's see, it was license revoked because they failed to monitor the driving records of its safety drivers on permit. The company has 71 safety drivers along with 41 different vehicles. While reviewing their application to renew the testing permit, the DMV found numerous violations of the driving records of active Pony AI safety drivers. Oh. Yeah, your paperwork's got to be in order for doing stuff like this. That's on them. Now, let's look at the Euro NCAP tests for the Volvo C40 Recharge 2022. Stars, occupants 92, adults. Oh, this is a plug-in hybrid, right? So that would explain why it doesn't have as much room to crumple. Yep. You got a big block of non-deformable steel, or aluminum or iron. Ooh, that looked uncomfortable. Side impact. It always freaks me out when the top of the door comes open like that. It's like, what if you get caught in there and it snaps back? We've seen cars where you do actually exit through that part. Okay, the pull test. That didn't look good. Looks like the last Volvo versus Tesla we saw. I think he's wearing snow tires. It didn't even show the overhead view. It must be bad. There was intrusion. It didn't look like it from the inside though. Whiplash. children. PRUs. 70%, better than the Kia. Okay, so the interesting. That one also bounced straight back and kind of down. That's not good. That's good because we've seen Volvos in the past that run people over for real. Okay. Oh, okay. Good, good. Boom. Ooh! That was a direct hit of the child. Okay. Oh! Oh, no, okay. That was close. Okay, okay. Road edge detection looks good. It's not off the road like the Kia. Emergency lane keep, okay. All right. So the Volvo XC40 did all right too. Excuse me. Yeah. What we got next? So let's see. 1 week's on the fire. Took them all because they were all next to each other. Yep. 1-star cars are shocking. Yeah, that still gets me royally pissed off because there shouldn't be any 1-star cars in today's world. If you're selling a 1-star car, even if it's cheap, you're doing it wrong. There's one driverless vehicle that hit a cyclist, and the backup driver opened up a streamer to watch show 5 minutes into the test. Yeah, that was Uber. She was doing something on her phone, and there was a jaywalker at night. She clipped and killed a. I don't know if it was a bicyclist or just a pedestrian crossing the street in a place where it said "Do not cross here." But that's just because it says "Do not cross here" doesn't mean that she deserved to die. I mean, get her a ticket, but if the safety driver had been paying attention, it might have been a different outcome. What happened was the Volvo that she was driving, the Volvo systems saw the pedestrian, but Uber disconnected them from the control of the car because Uber was trying to test their controls. What they should have done was left the Volvo in the loop to give you a warning, but not disconnected it completely, and made sure that the safety driver knew that this was a change. Because if she knew that the car was going to be less safe than it was the last couple times she drove, she probably would have thought twice about whatever she was doing on her phone. Uber no longer has a self-driving program. Probably a good call on their part. Yes, sweetie. Yes. All right. So that's on Thailand. This is a fun one. Okay, where did the other one go? Huh? All right, so this Tesla EV-based swap kit is especially made for Land Rover Defenders. The makers say it's easy drop-in kit that works with pretty much any version of the old Defender. So if you or a friend have one of these kicking around, especially if it is in need of a major overhaul, and you're not one of those purists about keeping old cars the way they ever were, then you can convert it to Tesla-based EV and give it a new lease on life. Make it fun. There's a link to the article, and this is what the kit looks like. I'll be watching this. This one was more for me, but I thought it was kind of cool looking. The Farlock wheel, which is the only, what do they call it? The only It's closed now, but the one operating boat lifted in England. I forgot how they called it. They said what their claim to fame was, and it's kind of cool. And it doesn't operate anymore. So I'll be reading that article again later. Next generation experiences at scale. Community-owned broadband. So yeah, if you can't do satellite, but you can do community-owned broadband. It's another alternative to get reasonable prices on connectivity. A decade ago, conventional wisdom was that public or co-op networks couldn't possibly succeed on account of being small and governed by local priorities, not Wall Street's imperatives. And despite these Wall Street companies fighting for them to exist, like, oh, you can't do your own, you got to buy it from us. Like, I pay my taxes. I'm part of the local 10 gigabit fiber. Leave me alone. Oh, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. We need a monopoly. Oh, do you? Let's see what we got here. That one is more business, which I guess it's related. It's about the managers and companies don't need to be guessing when it comes to effective interpersonal or organizational communication. We already know what it takes for someone to feel supported in a conversation. In a conversation, the research is there. Here's a link to the research. Things we know thanks to comms research. People experience more emotional improvement when, one, their contributions to conversation focus on disclosing, elaborating, and reflecting, and two, the other person encourages disclosure and through questions, acknowledgement, and reflection. So I came at it from the teleworking side of it, and teleworking helps us reduce miles driven and reduces the amount of cars on the road. So we talked about on the Tesla Live, Tesla's plan for massive Santa Monica Drive-In Theater Supercharger. I think we talked about it on here too, about how this thing is going to hold 218 people, have 2 screens, and charge 28 Teslas at once, and have 30-minute movies. Either cut down features, or as I suggested, since it's Hollywood, make it a new format. That way, you can get some new up and coming directors. Just 30 minutes is, the only other thing you can do is like cartoons, and so to have some short films by local artists would be awesome. And Inside EVs is talking about what batteries Tesla is using in its electric cars. The company has quite a diversified strategy in terms of cell format, cathode chemistry, and supplies. So they got anywhere from 18650s, which I'm surprised they haven't renamed to 1865s, 2170s, and 4680s. A lot of companies that aren't Tesla and Rivian still call them 21700s. I don't think anybody calls them 46800s, but I bet you they'll start, at least because I never understood the extra zero. Somebody explained it to me once, and it made sense for like a week, and then I forgot, and then it made no more sense to have the extra zero hanging around. So let's paste that in there for you guys. So I don't want to read through it right now. And then move on. Here we go. So with that, we want to let you know that I'll be using Memorial Day to work on some videos now that I've improved the office area. And I want to thank Zachary for your donation. I want to thank all of our channel members. Also want to thank you, Marcus, for your donation last week. I forgot to call you out on it. I mean, I did when you did it, but I forgot to call you out at the end of the show. And
No problem.
yeah, and we'll catch all y'all.
Put hard work in it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, everyone.